sponsoring an approval voting bill in January, and Clerk and Recorder Matt Crane. And raise your hand, don't go anonymous on me. And then the fourth group is all of us here. So a round of applause for Wayne, you're on.
I move the appointment.
Good.
Oh, okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne, for doing that.
You're welcome. I tell Nordberg that Singer took priority.
Yes.
And then we're going to, just so there's no surprises after Wayne, we're going to have Mr. Crane speak for a little bit, 5-10 minutes or so, however long, maybe some questions, and Mr. Singer as well. If that works, I'm not sure with your schedules in that order.
That's fine, yeah. I don't need to leave till about 12:30.
Okay, great. And Matt, what's your schedule for?
We need to probably take off by 11:15.
So yeah, we'll have Matt go before you and try to get you to come in right after Wayne. So I'm excited to have that nice surprise added to. So our panel will be pushed back a little bit, but I want to make sure these gentlemen are able to be a part of the symposium as well. So thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. So, all right.
Okay. I saw this cord came out again, so I think if we tilt this, but I don't want to. If you tilt this up, we can tuck this under here. Does that make it off balance?
Yeah, it's wonky
That won't
now.
work then. Okay.
What if it's under both corners?
Still wobbly, huh?
No, it's not.
It's already wobbly anyway. Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right. Good observation. Thanks.
Okay, Christina, we're live, ready for you whenever you are.
And can I move around, or do I need to stay behind the podium the whole time?
You can move around. We'll follow you.
Okay, beautiful. Thumbs up when we go live, and
And we will be live in, and make sure you're kind of addressing his camera.
Okay.
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hi, my name is Christina Tobin. I'm the founder and chair of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation. We're hosting our 3rd annual Electoral Reform Symposium here at Infinity Park in Glendale, Colorado. For those of you who are not familiar with Free and Equal Elections, we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization whose mission is to broaden electoral choices through direct positive action. We've been around almost 10 years now, and myself, it's been over 20 years that I have been in the electoral reform arena. Free and equal elections came into existence in 2008 when we hosted our first presidential debate. First time any presidential debate outside of the Commission on Presidential Debates was televised. I want to urge all our people on social media right now to share the link for YouTube. We're going to get started here in a moment. And I wanted to also apologize for the delay. We had some unexpected production things we had to work out with the settings. So I want to also thank everybody for being here today and the lineup that we have. I do feel that every problem we have here in the United States of America really does derive from, respectfully so, having the wrong people in office on many different levels, on the national, local, congressional. Mainstream media leads us to believe that presidential races are most important, they're not. The congressional and the local races are far more important. And I do think that we're seeing here in the United States of America, with respectfully so, Mr. Trump getting elected, one thing I think we hopefully can agree, a good point of that, is that we're seeing the system is rotting from within. The two-party system, the duopoly, is crumbling, and we see a lot of individuals and independents rising. And I must say, on the third party and the two-party system, I see a lot of accountable people on the state and local level, whether they be Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green, more so independent. So I am so excited to be here today to introduce our lineup of speakers, which we're actually adding a few more. We're going to have really cool here, our Secretary of State, Mr. Wayne Williams of Colorado. But before I have him come up here, and remember, share your YouTube, your Facebook right now. Before we get started here and have Mr. Wayne Williams, we're also going to slip in here Mr. Matt Crane with the Arapaho comptroller, and I'm excited to have you here a second year in a row. And also Congressman John Singer will also be speaking after Mr. Wayne Williams. So, State Representative, my apologies. So I should have, I'm a little embarrassed by that. So, but State Representative John Singer will also speak before our first panel. But I want to thank everybody again for being here today. And how we're going to bring about the solutions is through conversation and education. So the sort of topics we're going to speak about today throughout this panel will be from gerrymandering to alternative voting methods like approval voting, score voting, ranked choice voting, to electoral or voting machines. Should we have blockchain voting, ballots, mail-in ballots, how this impacts our elections? The Electoral College is a very hot topic right now too, the popular vote. So those are the sort of discussions that we're going to branch off today and throughout the years as we evolve. So I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to get started with the panel today. And I want to thank the great audience here today supporting, again, Free and Equal Elections' third annual symposium here at Infinity Park in Glendale, Colorado. So let's give a warm introduction to Mr. Wayne Williams, the Secretary of State of Colorado. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to visit with you on this bright Saturday morning, a beautiful morning in Colorado, a morning in which you can turn on your TV and not see any political ads. So you're here anyways, though, because you're dedicated, and so thank you for your participation. You know, one of the important things you have to have, I think, in any vibrant democratic republic is the ability to chat with people, to talk with people, even if you don't agree with them on everything. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about this organization. It gives the chance for people to talk, and some people can advocate for one idea, others can advocate for another, but if we don't even talk to each other, it's hard to have any type of dialogue. So what I want to do is give a little bit of presentation about the election that just took place, talk about some of the resources the Colorado Secretary of State's office makes available to the public. Harvie and I were talking beforehand about his concern with how much money it costs sometimes to get data. We try to make a lot of data available very easily in Colorado and to do that free of charge. So I do have a little PowerPoint I'm going to follow along with. First, just a reminder, since this issue came up at a number of points during the election, there are lots of election processes. But in Colorado, as in most other states, in the election tabulation system, you have a system that is not connected to the internet. It is contained in locked rooms under video surveillance with tamper evidence seals. That's an important part of election integrity. There are issues on the input side, but in terms of the tabulation side, Colorado has a very secure system, and those systems are tested before and afterwards. We also try to make it easy for people to participate, and so we were the first state nationally to have online voter registration optimized for mobile devices. We have been in every county. I have been in all 64 counties and have visited with every county clerk except one in so 63 counties for that. That last one will be accomplished Monday morning because it's the far corner of the state, and we couldn't make schedules work earlier. But my staff has also been, during the period of the election, every single county to make sure that they had the support they needed. Not every county is like Arapahoe County, where my friend Matt Crane serves as clerk and recorder, because he's got a fairly sophisticated operation. Arapahoe is one of the 4 largest counties in the state of Colorado. Not surprisingly, he has a professional election staff. But in many other counties, you have a clerk and recorder asked to run elections who might have 1 or 2 other people who work in the office. They handle motor vehicle registrations, driver's licenses, recording, marriage licenses, civil unions, and they are asked, and sometimes in this small county, they're asked to do the other things like run the payroll for the county. Or my favorite is I was up in Jackson County. Part of their job involves arranging for the thawing out of the cemetery when there's a burial during the winter. Because the county has the cemetery and they thaw out the ground so you can actually dig the hole. That's not your typical clerk and recorder job, and it certainly isn't something that gives you much expertise in elections, because arranging for thawing out of the ground doesn't really line up. But we ask our clerk and recorders to do that. And we've got clerk and recorders across the state who work very hard, whether they're in a small county or a large county, to ensure that the elections run well. We also have tried to make it easy for people to return their ballot. For those watching from out of state, Colorado is different from many other states. We primarily are a vote-by-mail state, and so individuals receive their ballot by mail. But that doesn't mean they vote it by returning it by mail. Most of our citizens actually return it to a drop box, or to a voter service and polling center, or to a clerk's office, and that's how they return their ballot, and that way they're assured that it gets there. We have, as I mentioned, a number of ways to register to vote. We have done a number of things in our state, and as a result, we have the highest voter registration of any state in America. But I thought this graph kind of provided some interesting information. This is the use of our online voter registration, and you can get there by going to the website at govotecolorado.com. You can also get there by texting CO, or if you're old school, Colorado, to vote. And you can see this is the dates, the September to October, mid-September to mid-October, and you'll see a few spikes. And the first of those spikes, the largest spike, is when Facebook did an announcement saying, hey, please register to vote. Here's the information on how to do that. And then you see a second spike for Google doing a similar announcement, and then followed immediately thereafter by a large series of media appearances across the state encouraging people to ensure they're registered in conjunction with National Voter Registration Day. But clearly the information being shared has a direct impact to when people choose to register to vote. And let me get through my presentation, and then I'll answer questions, and I can go back to slides if need be. So we had, this is another one that tracks some similar data in a different way. But let me tell you where we are in Colorado. We currently have 3.3 million registered voters. It's about 87% of the voter eligible population. Ballots were mailed. We had 2.88 million ballots that were cast. And of those, over 2.6 million were mail ballots that were returned. But we also had 205,000 people who chose to vote in person. We had 29,000 UACAVA voters. UACAVA, Uniformed Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act. Colorado pioneered a new approach this year to enable people who are serving overseas to have a secure method of returning it, and so we set up a dedicated process rather than using email or other things where they could go through an encrypted upload process, and we found that a significant number of our military and overseas voters use that. Colorado turnout, probably about 75%. We don't know where we rank yet. In past election years, we have been third in the nation in terms of voter turnout. So this is an interesting statistic to look at because you see that in 2014 we had 83% of the people who voted in the last 2 days. We had a similar number in terms of percentage who voted in the last 2 days. But if you look at the numbers, you see there is a significant change. Approximately doubled the number of people voted in the last 2 days in the presidential election. What's that mean? Well, for our clerks, it means there's an awful lot of work all backloaded. So Colorado actually has 14 days of voting, in-person voting. We have Monday through Saturday, and then we have Monday and Tuesday. And yet, despite the fact there are 14 days, in 10 of those days, we had only about 21% of the people vote who wanted to vote in person. People chose to vote towards the end. Not surprisingly, that number has been true in the 2014 election as well, but we had double the number of people walking then into the polling places on Election Day than we had in 2014. In 2014, we had 2 million people vote. It's just many more chose, a higher proportion chose to vote, return the mail ballot as opposed to going in person. So that caused some challenges here. And so Colorado also permits same-day registration. And if you look at this line graph here, you can see that virtually no one was using this for the first several weeks of in-person voting. And then suddenly on the last day, you had nearly 18,000 people coming in and saying, not only do I want to vote today, I want to register. What does that mean? Well, it means the clerk or the election judge is there data inputting all of the information. When were you born? What's your name? How do you spell Alyssa? Is it with a 1 L, 2 S's? Is it with a Y or an I? And so, oh, let me go back and redo that. So what happens when you have double the number of people who vote in person during this time period, and you have a huge spike in the number of people who are registering for the very first time, you wind up with some throughput issues for some polling centers across the state. Or a outage for 29 minutes. We had load tested, we had done all of these things, but we found an issue that came up. Curiously, it didn't occur during the busiest time of the day. It occurred at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and was back up and running shortly thereafter. And so if you looked at Arapahoe County's data, most clerks were able to recover fairly quickly from that. And I was checking Arapahoe data because they had real-time data, and it was about 5 to 10 minute wait at most of their sites. They had a couple where it was significantly longer. But then the evening rush occurred. No problems with the database during the evening rush, just lots of people wanting to update their information. So when that happened, there were lines, and there was a lawsuit filed by one of the political parties saying, keep the polls open longer. What they may have forgotten, which I don't understand how they could have, is that the polls are already open as long as everybody needs to vote. So in Colorado, as long as you're in the line by 7 o'clock, you get to vote. We saw people across the state in that line because of that significant, the doubling of the number of people and the third of them who were updating or registering for the first time, which slowed the process down. Now, the other 10 days, the other 11 days the other 13 days of voting, we didn't see any of that. And people chose to wait till that last day, and usually chose to wait, for a lot of them, between 5 and 7 p.m. So the last 2 hours of the last day of 14 days of in-person voting, after 22 days of being able to vote a mail ballot. We also had some other specific issues. We had a number of counties that moved to Dominion, which generally provides a much more secure and provides a paper ballot record of every vote, which for me is an important election security issue. One of our counties, which is a mid-sized county, which is Pueblo, had obtained a server that they were told would work fine. Turns out there's a SQL Express limitation that they discovered on election day. And so we worked with the vendor to send a new server down for them, the increased capacity that you have in places like Arapahoe and Denver. It just took a while to transfer the data. You may wonder, don't you just plug the thumb drive in and move it over? I mean, that's simple, right? That should only take a couple minutes. Except we're kind of really concerned about security issues. And so there are a lot of security protocols to take the data off and a lot of security protocols to put the data back on. And that meant that Pueblo's first election results were published at about 11 o'clock. Boulder County had a different issue. Boulder County had a local network issue with their county network that made it so that many of their voters were not able to be accessed directly in the database, which resulted in their choosing and their needing to issue provisional ballots to folks to ensure that no one voted twice. I would note there's more data available on ACE, which is the Accountability in Colorado Elections website. You've got the web link there. You can even look up cost information and a whole host of other information. This hasn't, since the canvas has not been completed for 2016, this doesn't have all the 2016 information, but it gives you historical information that's there. We have, let's see, now that my screen has gone dark, other information that is available for folks that I want to just point out in a couple places. We have, in Colorado, we have election results available. And so you can see that the Frank Atwood approval voting party here got 335 votes. But if we go to a map here, we see that they failed to carry a single county in Colorado. Curiously, the Democrats and Republicans carried each of the counties, the blue counties, adopting the change that was made a decade or two ago, represent the Democratic Party, the red, the Republicans. And you'll see that for those not familiar with the area, basically the urban core around Denver and the ski counties voted Democrat, and rural and El Paso County voted Republican. And if you were predicting this 20 years ago, it probably would have been a similar prediction. But you can go through and with our election night reporting on the website, you can look at specific counties and you can go see. So one of the surprising ones for some people, let me scroll down so this actually shows up. One of the challenges here, right, we ran out of colors. I was telling Frank, because of all the candidates, we ran out of colors in election night reporting. So one of the things that for some people was surprising is the county of Pueblo, where it has traditionally been a Democratic county, but it's a blue-collar Democratic county. And you see that Donald Trump actually carried Pueblo County. That happened, and you can go down then and you can see our Senate race, which was also about a 5-point margin statewide. But you can see that the incumbent Democratic senator carried Pueblo, Huerfano, Los Animas, and Conejos counties that Donald Trump carried. And so you can see a difference in kind of the blue-collar, often with a fairly large portion of Hispanic voters, where you see the difference between the presidential race and others. Now, Colorado did have some close races. If you looked at one website that purports to offer odds, you would see that it was a 50-50 chance between Tipton and Schwartz in the 3rd Congressional District. They were just flat out not even remotely close, as it was a 14-point blowout there. The real close election historically is in the 6th, which is and I'll show you two different results. So this is the congressional race in which the Republican wins by more than 8 points. This is Mike Kaufman. I'll show you a State Board of Education race that'll be different than that in just a second. The 7th was one of that same website, by the way, said was going to be a blowout for the Democrat. And in this case, you see it's almost the identical margin that the 3rd was. So sometimes people's projections aren't accurate. This is the Board of Education race. Same district as that congressional race that the Republican won by 8 points. You see in this case the Democrat winning by 0.36%. And so there is a significant difference. So one Republican performs significantly better than the other. One Democrat performs significantly better than the other. And if you look at the map, you can see that Adams and Douglas counties in this very close election voted Republican, and Arapahoe County voted Democrat in this very close election. But all this is on our website. We try to make it easy for folks to do it. Now, despite the 5-point lead you saw for Senate and President for the Democratic Party in Colorado, the CU Regents race is a different story. 2.5-point lead for the Republican candidate. And you can see some differences because some of those counties, Larimer County, for example, switched. And historically, for the last 2 election cycles, Larimer has been the county. This is the home of Fort Collins. It is the county that has been the best predictor of how Colorado votes in this. Because you see that my friends in Arapahoe County continue to vote for the Democrat. And it used to be that people viewed Arapahoe as a swing county, but in statewide races it hasn't been recently. Larimer County, and in this case Jefferson County, also switched. And that historically has been called the swing county, although Larimer was most recently more, it was. And yet you see here in Pueblo County, where Donald Trump carried, you see that this county voted the opposite, and those blue-collar Democratic counties switched back to the Democratic Party with respect to the CU Regent race. But these are all the wonderful things you can do. So you can see we had some state Senate races that were very close that helped control the state Senate. You had a Democrat who won by about 2 points in Jefferson County, which gave the Democrats control, except Kevin Priola took over a Democratic seat by about 5 points, or 4 points, and gave that back to the Republicans. And so you have some very close elections in Colorado. And all of this is available on the website. You can also see, let's say you were interested in an attempt from an individual who lived out of state to buy a district attorney's race, and you can see that failed by about 7 points. In Jefferson County, where hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent in usually what's kind of a low-profile race. Colorado also allows folks to vote on judges. All of those results are here. But you look here, you'll see that there's about 2.1 million people. So there are about 700,000 people who chose not to vote when it came to some of these others, and that was the Supreme Court one. We also have fun and exciting ballot issues, and our closest of those, Amendment T. Right now, the Colorado Constitution allows individuals to be sentenced to hard labor or involuntary servitude. The legislature, Democrats and Republicans alike, referred a measure to remove that provision. The people of Colorado rejected that by the narrowest of margins, 50.3 to 49.67. So when people say, why does it matter? Why should I vote? Well, you can see that even in a statewide race, it can be a very close race. There were also some other interesting provisions in Colorado. So one of them would have doubled the state's budget, tripled the state's income tax, and provided universal health care. You can see that there was no county in the state that voted in favor of this. It lost by a 4-to-1 margin. You can see that in the traditional Democratic areas, so you can click on Denver, And you can see it only lost 2-1 in Denver. And in Boulder, it lost by less than 2-1. So it got closest in Boulder. Mr. Singer is raising his hand in triumph as it lost by only 40,000 votes in probably the state's most Democratic large county. Other ballot issues were less unanimous. And so if you look at 70, which raised the minimum wage, you see that it passed in a number of areas. It looks like there's a decent correlation between where the Democrats prevailed and where the minimum wage prevailed. And so all of this is available on our website for folks to see. And you can get the data, you can get the specific votes, you can go in and look at county races. And that's really what we're trying to do, is make it easy for people to obtain information. So we're trying to make it easy for people to vote. We're trying to make it easy for people to understand the process. We're trying to make it easy for folks to get the results and to analyze the data. And to do that without making a public records request or forking over a check, we put it available to the extent we reasonably can on there. There are some improvements needed in Colorado's election system. It is not a perfect system. It works very well. We, for example, one of the areas that I've tried to work in as Secretary of State is to ensure that the signatures that are turned in are accurate. And so we've made some improvements in the signature verification. And for the first time, watchers were able to observe the second level of signature verification, which is an important part of the process. We don't have the final data yet. I can tell you that 2 years ago, we had 10,000 ballots that were turned in without a matching signature that the voter did not verify was theirs. In Colorado, we give you up to 8 days after the election to say, yes, this was indeed mine. We notify you. We say, hey, there's a problem. Your signature doesn't match, or you failed to sign. But 2 years ago, there were 8,000 ballots that had a non-matching signature and 2,000 ballots that had no signature at all that were turned in. Those, in some cases, are just someone who never got around to fixing it and who actually had signed it, but in other cases, they are individuals who turned in a ballot for someone other than themselves. And those instances were caught. And so when people say, were there any efforts to vote a ballot that wasn't yours? Yes. Does Colorado catch those? In large part, very much so. There are some areas we need to improve, and we continue to try to address things. So this past year, we passed some laws to allow folks to update their allow clerks to update voter registration information when you update your driver's license. That was actually a year and a half ago. This past year, laws that made it illegal to vote twice, even if you vote in Colorado first, allowed clerks to make better update information based on change of address from the post office. Colorado also gets data from Social Security information, Social Security death index, from death certificates that come from the Department of Public Health, and we do updates to voter registration based on that information. We also get lists of individuals who are registered who are not citizens, and we share that information with the clerk so they can remove those individuals from the voting database. We get lists of folks who are incarcerated for a felony and remove them from the voter list. So there are a number of things that Colorado does to ensure the integrity of that election system. There have been a few news reports indicating that there were some people who were not supposed to be on that list who are. We continue to work to try to make it better. In some cases, those news reports talked about instances that had happened a decade ago before Colorado began to use the Social Security death index. So if you died in Europe, that would have never shown up in a local death certificate. But now we catch it, and now we remove those folks who should be removed. We want everyone in Colorado who has the legal ability to be able to vote, and we make it. Originally was scheduled to have to leave at 10:30. I changed that appointment by half an hour, so I've got a couple minutes before I have to go. So I'm Mr. Vice Presidential Candidate, do you have a question?
My name is Blake Huber. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Williams. I have a couple of quick questions for you. First of all, a quick comment. Thank you so much for helping create. Thank you. Yes, and good morning, and thank you for being here. I want to thank you so much for helping create a process that allows service people from around the world to be able to vote securely. Thank you very much. And I think that deserves a round of applause. My question is, you had expectations before you took office. You had a feeling about this is how things are going to be. What's the one thing that surprised you most or the biggest challenge you faced when you took office?
So it's an interesting question. And my background's different than pretty much anyone else who's been Secretary of State. Most people wind up as Secretary of State because they're term limited as a legislator or in some other office, or they lost for another office, so they get appointed during a vacancy. I actually want to be Secretary of State. I like doing the job. And I'd been clerk and recorder in the state's most populous county, which is El Paso County. So I had a fair idea what I was getting into. What surprised me, frankly, more than anything else, is how much farther along Colorado is than other states. The National Association of Secretaries of State gives an Ideas Award for the state that's got the best new idea or best innovation that they've adopted. For the last 3 years in a row, Colorado has been a finalist, and we've won it 2 of the last 3 years. The fact that we were further advanced than some of our rural neighbors did not surprise me. The fact that we were further advanced than California, who has just recently tried to put together for the umpteenth time a statewide voter registration system, is what surprised me. And I enjoyed the opportunity to work with folks, to help other states. We've had states come in and look at our processes, and we continue to try to help them in that process. Bear in mind what the impact is of a statewide voter registration database, the absence of that. If you live in the Denver metro area, you might have lived in Arapahoe, Jefferson, Denver, and Adams County in the last 10 years if you're the average person. Well, if you don't have a statewide system, you might have 4 separate voter registrations. It's a huge issue with the integrity of the process. I'm glad that the new secretary in California looks like he's gotten this taken care of. He had a lot of work to do. I had the advantage to come in to a state that didn't have some of those glaring issues, and so we've been able to concentrate on how to make it better at the margins. So we've added regulations, for example, and I appreciate your comment on the work to make it so that our military have an encrypted way to get their ballot back to us. It's critical for me that the men and women who protect this nation have the right to vote and have the ability to do it. And if you're in a nuclear submarine underneath the polar ice cap, the postman doesn't stop by every day between 3 and 4 p.m. to deliver that ballot. So we have to have ways of doing it, but having only an option of email was not as secure, and so we tackled that intentionally. Thanks. Next question. Yes, I know you had one earlier.
My name is Celeste Landry. You showed a graph with peaks of online voter registration, and then there was a huge peak, it seemed, at the after the election. So I wonder if you could tell us what people were doing online after the election. And then the second question is, since the Raise the Bar amendment passed, how will petitions for citizens' initiatives amending the Constitution, will they have to have the state Senate district listed instead of the county, which is what it has right now?
Okay. 2 good questions. Let me try and respond to both of those. So particularly for those who are from out of state, Colorado had amongst the easiest processes in the nation to amend the Constitution. We amended it lots of times. We have things like whether you can use hog poop on your farm in the Constitution. We had bear trapping in the Constitution. We still have these. Raise the Bar said, let's change the process in two ways. Let's make it so instead of getting all the signatures to put an issue on the ballot in one county, which is what was allowed before, you have to get them across the state. And to put something in the Constitution, we don't want a bare minimum of 50% to agree. We think to put it in the Constitution, you ought to have 55%. Interestingly, the constitutional amendments this year that did pass with 55%. Including raise the bar and the minimum wage change. And if you look at the map, so I've got Amendment 71 up there, you can see that almost the entire state said yes, let's let everybody have an input. Let's let everyone have input as to whether it's on the ballot. There were a few counties, 4, I think. Broomfield's hard to see, it's so small on here. There were a few counties who said, no, we want to make it so that all the signatures can be gathered in one place. Not surprisingly, one of those counties that voted no on this was Denver, which is often where people went to put things on the ballot because it's a very urban county. Boulder, Gilpin, and San Miguel, which is Telluride, were the 4 counties in the entire state that opposed this. Everybody else said, yeah, we want the ability to claim to weigh in. And so now if you want to change the state constitution, you're going to have to go across the state. So, will we have voters put their state senate district on the initiative petition? And the answer for me, we'll work on with the legislature and implementation legislation this year, is absolutely not. Let me ask this. Their state senate district in order to sign a petition. At least that's my view of it, and we'll see what our friends in the legislature do. That was a long answer to the one question, which is the danger with these compound questions. What was the subject on the other one again?
Online voter
Okay.
registration after.
So I think that's an issue in the graph. It's just the last day is where it was really high. You also saw a lot of activity, though, and I think that chart is the one that showed some activity. So one of the things you can do on the online voter registration site is you can check to see if your ballot was received. And so we were encouraging people to go to govotecolorado.com, and if you do that, and you're like me, and you dropped it off and you wanted to make sure your clerk got the ballot, you can check the status of your ballot, and it'll tell you if it's been received. It will tell you if it's been approved, and so you'll continue to see the use of the site as people wanted to make sure their ballots were indeed counted, which is important. Peg, and then we'll do, I think I can squeeze in one more here. Yeah, even though I'm supposed to leave. What do you got?
So my question, Wayne, thank you for coming.
Peg Cage from Boulder County, and I'm curious, since more people went to a place and dropped off their mail ballot than they did return it by mail, would it be a good idea to ask them to verify their signatures, since they're there in person anyway, right then, so you don't have to have so many ballots going through the signature verification process.
So the challenge with that process is twofold. First, the ballot boxes are open 24/7. So one of the reasons why you can't check signatures at the time is they're not manned. However, the requirements that are imposed by the Colorado Secretary of State, because I did it and my predecessor did as well, is you must have 24/7 video surveillance on the ballot box. Now, I will tell you that some commissioners, others who had to pay for this, were going, well, why do we need this? And the answer is so that we can be assured that someone isn't tampering with that ballot box in the process. So there's no way to actually check signatures at the time. And even if you tried to do it at the time, you would have to have people standing there with access to the statewide voter registration system. And again, some of these drop boxes are not in places with Wi-Fi or other places. They're in rural Colorado. I appreciate the chance to visit with you. I know I have exceeded my time. And so I apologize to those who come after me who now have less time to share their much more brilliant insights with the folks. I also appreciate your willingness to ask questions and to be here on a Saturday morning when most people are getting ready for Thanksgiving as opposed to planning on how to make elections better in the state and the nation. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I've put the web address on there, but if you for some reason didn't see the graphic, sos.state.co.us, and that way you've got that information that will take you to election results where you can see all these cool maps and graphs and other things. It will take you to if you go to the elections page, it will take you to accountability in Colorado elections, which will give you the cost data and other information. I would note as you look at the cost data, if you do a per voter cost, it is much more expensive to run an election in a rural county than an urban county. One of the concerns that we have, and one of the asks I'm going to make, so this is my preview, Representative Singer, is that the other two amendments dealing with elections passed by Coloradans this year provide for a more costly primary election in every even year cycle, and an additional primary election in presidential year cycles. We have a lot of counties, and particularly in rural Colorado, that don't have the resources to pay for that. I think that ought to be funded out of the state general fund, and I'll be working with the legislature hopefully on that issue. So that's a preview of at least something that we're going to be trying to do as we address what the Colorado's voters' will was. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much, Wayne, for your time.
You're welcome.
Appreciate, very informative. All right, so thank you again, Wayne Williams, the Secretary of State of Colorado, for joining us here today at our Electoral Reform Symposium. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who actually was here last year, the Clerk and County Recorder of Arapahoe County, Matt Crane. Welcome. Here you go.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Much.
Thank you.
too.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all again. Thank you for the invitation to come back. I'll just take a few minutes this morning. I know there's a jam-packed agenda and lots of people to follow me, but as the Clerk and Recorder for Arapahoe County, I'd like to welcome you all here to Arapahoe County this morning. And as Secretary Williams said, I think this organization is doing a great job facilitating these conversations so that we can take a look at how our voting process is working both here in Colorado and across the country. The presidential election here in Colorado, I think for the most part went very well, as Secretary Williams said. There's a lot, we learned some lessons about how we can improve things. One thing that is fantastic about our process here in Colorado is the amount of access that we offer our voters, where we send out a mail ballot 3 weeks before, we have vote centers open from 2 weeks before Election Day. So there's really no excuse for anybody who wants to be able to cast a ballot here in Colorado not to be able to find their way to the ballot box to get their ballot and let their voice be heard. So that's something that we're very proud of. There are some things that we know we have to improve upon in our election system. You know, it's always a tight balance between allowing great access while making sure there's integrity to our process. But here in Colorado, I think we do a pretty good job with that. There's still steps that we can take to be able to do that. But overall, I do think that we have one of the best processes in the country here in Colorado. One of the things, as Secretary Williams also touched on, is how close Colorado is in terms of the parties, you know, the Democrats, the Republicans, the unaffiliated, and we see the minor parties rising here. Minor parties have actually had a big effect on the elections here and control of the state legislature this year here in Colorado. It's not so much here in Arapahoe County, but in Jefferson County, we've seen an unaffiliated candidate who got 5 or 6% of the vote. There was another race where the Libertarian candidate in Jefferson County had a significant impact on the outcome of that race. And so it's really interesting now to see how the trend is going here in Colorado, how we see the rise of the unaffiliated voter, the rise of the third here in Colorado. And actually, in a lot of ways, I think it's a good thing because it broadens the conversation and it makes those of us who are elected much more accountable to a broader base, not just to our party, to the parties that help get us onto the ballot and get us into office. But we have to have a conversation now across the spectrum with a lot of different people and be considerate of a lot of different points of view, which I think is a good thing going forward. But again, I know there's a lot going on today, so I just want to say again, thank you for the invitation to come. You guys are so welcome here, so welcome in Arapahoe County. If you have any questions specifically about anything that happened at the county level or across the state at the county level, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But again, thanks for being here and for having these conversations that are so important. Yes?
Just a quick question off the top of your head. And I don't know if people at home can hear me or not, but off the top of your head, how much did your election in Arapahoe County, thank you, of your head, how much did your election in Arapahoe per voter?
So per voter, we are still pulling in those costs of what it costs per voter. We still have some invoices coming in. I can tell you, now it's kind of tough to compare odd year elections to general elections and certainly to presidential elections. I can tell you last year in the November coordinated election we had, in terms of cost per vote by method, the cost per vote by mail ballot cast was about 3 cents. The cost per in-person vote was about $53. So there's a serious discrepancy there between cost per vote for mail versus in person. Now, this year where we had more in-person voting, I expect that in-person cost per vote to come down some. I expect it will end up somewhere between $20 and $30 per vote. The mail vote will go up a little bit, but even in a presidential year, the cost to vote is significantly more efficient by mail than it is in person. So, but we should have that hopefully by the end of the year. So, any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
I have a question, maybe out of the range. It seems like we do a really good job of making sure that people live in Colorado and they're alive and they live in Arapahoe County. But how do you feel about a lot of the money that affects the outcome of the elections for Arapahoe County comes from outside of Arapahoe County? Do you have any comments on that?
I don't. You know, in terms of, you know, as an election administrator, my main concern is making sure that we make voting as accessible as possible, so that again, anybody who wants to vote can do so quickly and efficiently and as easily as possible. So we spend, you know, a lot of, you know, year round. It's so funny. A lot of people say, you know, you're an election administrator. What do you do the other 364 days out of the year? But I can tell you this: planning for the presidential has been going on for at least 2 years. And so that's where our main focus is. We try to stay out of a lot of the other political realm because it's so important that the people here in Arapahoe County and clerks' practices across the state, they know that the election official in their county is playing things straight and down the middle. So we try not to veer off into anything that might be seen as political. So, yes, sir.
Do
Did your county have long lines on election day? Do you have any knowledge of why people waited till the end of
I do.
to do long lines?
I do. So that's a great question. For those in the back who didn't hear, did my long lines on election day, and do I have an opinion or a theory as to why? Yes, my county had some long lines. We had 25 vote centers here in Arapahoe County. Throughout most of the day, at least 80% of our locations had wait times of 15 minutes or less. We had about 5 locations where we expected there to be long lines. Why we had long lines? I can tell you we had one spot, Potter's House of Denver, that was on the news, made the news for long lines. We had 2 judges call in sick that morning. We had another judge go home sick. We had another judge go on a smoke break and never came back. And then when the e-poll book went down for that 30 minutes in the afternoon, that impacted our lines a little bit. So all of those things kind of, helped build the lines at that location. At other places, people breezed through the registration process where traditionally there was a line, and there were people who wanted to vote on a tablet. They would want to wait 30 minutes to vote on a tablet versus taking a paper ballot where they could go and sit down and vote in 10 minutes. So people were making the affirmative choice to wait in line. We had a lot of people who came and said that we had people in line with their mail ballot, and we'd go up to them and say, "Sir, ma'am, did you know you can vote your mail ballot right here, put it in the drop box, and not have to wait in line?" And they said, "We love the idea of coming to vote in person on election day, and so we're fine waiting in line. We knew there'd be a line, and so we're fine. We're happy to be here." And so there was some of that. I think another thing that drew the lines out a little bit more is seeing, as Secretary Williams said, as many people to vote for the first time on election day, which is a longer transaction time. So all of these things kind of work together. By and large, at most locations, there was a line of 30 minutes or less throughout the day. So is 30 minutes getting a little too long? Yes. But when we talked to voters in line, as long as the line was moving, they were good, and they were just happy to be there, to be voting in person. So are there some things that we can do to help facilitate a faster experience in the vote centers going forward? Absolutely. One of the things that we're looking at is one of our busiest locations. We were caught by the size of the space we had to vote, so we couldn't put in enough e-poll books and machines to be able to handle the load that showed up there on election day. So as election administrators, one of the things that and hopefully the legislature this year is to help us find bigger facilities to house these vote centers so that we can put enough e-poll books in there, enough tablets in there to be able to handle any load that comes in.
Why, if they have all this period of time, and they wait till the last minute, why do they wait?
So I think that the question for those in back is why did they wait? It's twofold, really. I think there are some voters who wanted to wait to vote on election day. I think there are some people who waited because of the October surprise, and let's face it, in this election, it seemed like there was something coming every day that kind of rocked the election. So I think that impacted it as well. And then you do have a small percent of the who just procrastinates, and they forget, and these folks freely admitted it in the line. Oh my goodness, I forgot my mail ballot, I should have done this weeks ago, whatever. So I think it's those 3 things, but you have to keep it. Even with that, with some of the lines we had in Arapahoe County, we had 311,000 people vote total in our county. We had 17,000 come on election day. So it's not the vast majority of people that are waiting. It's a small percent of the population. And those folks only went to 5 or 6 vote centers throughout the county. So there's a lot of good data coming in. We'll figure out how to move that traffic through at these 5 or 6 locations, or hopefully maybe we can work out something with the schools to where we can get the school gyms to bigger facilities to be able to help move people through. But again, it's 17,000 out of 311,000. It's a pretty small part of the population.
Our voting methods panel that we'll be having with speakers such as Frank Atwood of Approval Voting. We're going to have on live stream Mr. Quinn with the Center for Election Science talking about alternative voting methods. We will also have Rob Richie on live stream of FairVote, which had a lot of had recent success in Maine. He'll talk about the passage of the ranked choice voting. So I'm really excited about that panel, and myself, I'll be moderating that. But before we get there, I wanted to introduce a an unexpected, and I'm very happy to have here guest, Mr. Jonathan Singer, a Colorado State Representative, House District 11. So I wanted to welcome him. We really pulled everything together last minute, so I think you got the memo last minute, and I'm so glad you came. And it just says a lot that you're here for the people. And I'm excited to have you speak today. So welcome again, Jonathan Singer, State Rep. Welcome.
Well, I want to thank everyone for on a Saturday, like everyone else has. And, you know, it was really great to get that election breakdown from our Colorado Secretary of State. Just to give folks in the room a little background about what a state house representative is. I appreciate the correction that I am not in Congress, not in Washington, D.C.
Not yet.
And not yet, and that's okay. So I represent about 75 to 77,000 people in the state of Colorado. I represent just an hour north of here in Denver, from basically Niwot and Longmont all the way up into Lyons and Allens Park, sort of the doorstep of Rocky Mountain National Park, all the way into the urban or suburban district just north of Denver. So my district is about 34% Democratic by party registration, about 29% Republican by party registration. The majority of the remainder are independents. That's actually kind of the way I like the district, because it forces me to really listen to both sides. I can't afford to ignore this. And so I've run bills that are considered very partisan and very democratic. I've run bills and co-sponsored actually most of my bills with Republicans, because while we might not agree at the top of the ticket, just like Colorado, just like you saw in Pueblo and other parts of the state, while we might not agree at the top of the ticket, there's a lot of things that we can agree as we move down that ticket. You saw that, you know, the minimum wage, very popular in Colorado, raising the minimum wage. Universal health care, complete opposite. Well, why is that? Well, those are some of the questions that I get to address and answer at the state capitol between January and May. We are in session for 120 days a year. That's it. We're considered a part-time legislature. I don't get a car, I don't get a staff. I have one half-time aide who makes about $12 an hour, and as many free interns as I can load up and stack vertically in my office. That's it. And once again, you know, some people say that's a good thing, some people say that's a bad thing. Also, their opposition to this bill. There are a lot of technical components to every bill. That's why we have a representative democracy in my mind, because a good idea isn't good enough. You need a good idea that works. So we ran it. The Grand Junction Sentinel actually covered the hearing and said this had to be one of the best bills possible. We had Democratic and Republican support, co-sponsorship. We had people from minor parties like the Libertarian Party, the gubernatorial candidate from the Green Party coming to testify, members of the American Constitutionalist Party. I think if we had a Vegetarian Party, they probably would have been there too. But you had people across the board from libertarians and Greens, conservatives and liberals, all saying, look, let's get a seat at the table. Let's make sure we can, maybe it is just Democrats and Republicans that will continue to be the most popular party, but let's at least get an idea of what other candidates are out there and how much people actually approve of them in the first place. We look at both presidential candidates, both the Democratic candidate and the Republican candidate in the 2012 election, and we see that both of them had exceptionally high disapproval ratings, exceptionally low approval ratings, correct? We had, in my mind, while Hillary Clinton ran and won in Colorado, we had have nominated or elected a presidential candidate that people didn't like. Even the people voting for him didn't like him by large swaths. So what does that mean? What does that mean when we don't have faith in the very people that we're voting for? I think it destroys our institutions. It destroys our faith in the fact that we expect our institutions to actually be there to make sure that we have a safe society, that we have a democratic society, not in the partisan sense, but in the electoral sense, that we have a society where as neighbors we can trust each other. We don't have that anymore. And I'd like to start rebuilding towards that. And so the Grand Junction and Sentinel said, look, this bill had all the pieces and all the parts, and we actually kept it out of the presidential race on purpose. We wanted to say, let's start local. Let's see if this works. Let's see if the voters like this. Just as the states are the laboratories of democracy for the nation, our school districts, our school boards, our city councils, our county commissions should be laboratories for the state. So the Grand Junction Sentinel had it right. The minor parties had it right. The legislature got it wrong twice. The good news is that I always tell people good ideas take at least 3 times at the legislature before they pass. So 2 down, 1 to go. Hopefully this is going to be a year where we can talk to our legislature, where we actually, because of term limits, have had about a 30% turnover, where there's now a Republican majority in the Senate by 1 seat, and there is a Democratic majority in the House by about 3 seats. An opportunity to have a new conversation about the fact that our electorate is angry, they're frustrated, they're even a little depressed, you might call it, even both sides of the aisle. It's time for us to be bold but understanding. And I think that means that people like me, we don't, I tell people we don't live in a red state or a blue state. At best, we're maybe a little black and blue because we're so beat up. And that means that we need to not just listen across the aisle, but listen to that plurality of voters, those unaffiliateds out there, and those minor parties out there that have joined those unaffiliateds and saying, we don't see ourselves as Democrats or Republicans anymore. And that's a good thing. We see ourselves as Coloradans. So let's do something that is for Colorado and give voters what feels like a real choice, where they don't have to pick the lesser of 2 evils in favor of a quote-unquote spoiler candidate. I'll be blunt for a second, and that's not a pot pun for the first time ever, but I'll be blunt and say that Democrats were very 2 laughs, that's great. Democrats and Republicans have a vested interest in keeping a 2-party system in the short term. There is a vested interest because all things being equal, a Democrat has a 50-50 chance or a Republican has a 50-50 chance of winning every election. Until you get something like the Whig Party or something like that, we are, in power in the short term. In the long term, it's bad for our institutions. It's bad for our democracy. You see where the approval ratings went. And so in the long term, I fundamentally believe that this is a better way to go. The next thing to think about, and this is something that both Democrats and Republicans in those shadowy corners where I'm probably not allowed, have, sort of cooked up. But there were certainly Republican supporters and Republican donors in the 2000 election that had a vested interest in making sure that Ralph Nader did well. The Green Party candidate did well with the idea that they would spoil the election for Al Gore. Democrats, once again, some Democrats, I won't say all, but some Democrats have looked to the Libertarian Party and said, if we keep pushing the Libertarian Party on folks, they're going to siphon off votes from the Republicans. I don't think that the facts have borne that out. Let's move away from the cynical side of it, but we've seen places where Democrats and Republicans are winning in local races, and we've seen where the Libertarian has run in those local races, where the Libertarian hasn't run in those local races. It doesn't seem to be siphoning votes from particularly one party or the other. It does seem to be siphoning votes, and this is something we need to do a little more research on. It seems to be siphoning votes from different candidates differently. Once again, we're in Colorado. There are, when you see people splitting their ticket, voting for a Democrat in one place and a Republican in another place, it's because I think our voters really try to look at the person and not the party. And I think they're very discriminating in a good sense. They're very objective in a good sense in that they recognize that, while their state senator is a Democrat, somebody that they want, somebody that they see, they're not going to vote for that Democrat at the top of the ticket, or vice versa. So let's move away from the cynical side for a second and say the facts don't seem to bear that cynicism out. The facts seem to say that people vote for the person and not the party, that whether you're a Libertarian or whether you're a Green, you may have some vote siphoning that's going on, but fundamentally, at least in Colorado, it's the person and not the party. And so I think that approval voting forces us to be better people as candidates. So it's a bill that I intend to introduce again, but I'm going to roll up my sleeves. I am going to work on those technical concerns that are out there and make sure that we do this not just because it's a good idea, but we're going to make a good idea that works for people. We're going to make a good idea that works for people and ensure that it is the right way to go. The last thing that I'll sort of caution against is there's almost partisanship in alternative methods of voting. There's partisanship in alternative methods of voting where you see actually the IRV folks, the instant runoff folks going, well, IRV and ranked voting, that's far better than approval voting, so that's the only way to go. I think we need to start to work together to make sure that all alternative methods are on the table and are discussed, and that needs to be part of the conversation. Whether that ends up in a bill or whether that ends up in just part of the conversation, I think it's important to understand, because just as we become victims of our own partisanship as Democrats and Republicans, we can become victims of our partisanship in our attempt to be nonpartisan. So if that wasn't confusing on a Saturday morning, I don't know what is. But I'm just going to thank you guys for your time. I'm going to spend a little time on questions, and I certainly want to be respectful for our hosts here in wrapping this up. So if there's a question, I'm happy to answer it, and then we'll go from there.
Proposition 108 passed, and I'm not trying to say it's good or bad, but my understanding is there will now be state-level primaries for House races potentially. And if I think the stated goal of that proposition was to have more voter participation, but it also might be possible there may be more candidates on the primary ballots. And I can't help wondering if you start having primaries with 5 or 10 candidates, if that might heavily encourage alternative voting methods so that one candidate with a small but dedicated group of supporters of maybe 20%, but the other 80% hate him, could actually win the primary if we just did winner take all.
No, it's a question about, so first of all, we have primaries already in the state house and state senate races. That has already been the case. Now, your question of whether allowing unaffiliated voters to participate in those primaries, whether that opens up potentially more, I don't know. I haven't thought about it particularly, but certainly you saw in our U.S. Senate Republican race, how many candidates were on there? I mean, more than could, I think just the ink on the ballots cost our county clerks more. And you looked at how that worked out for the Republican Party, that, somebody who didn't get, a majority or plurality of the votes was able to carry a nomination statewide. And I think that you saw some frustration in the Republican Party with who their candidate was. This may be a good thing for both parties. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but this may be a good thing for both parties. Certainly, you saw that, you see this on the Democratic side of the aisle as well, where you get multiple candidates for a particular seat in office, and usually there's one winner and one loser. There's some frustration there, or one winner and multiple losers. And so I think there is a real opportunity here to talk about this. The other thing I'll say is in city council elections in certain jurisdictions right now, you almost have something like approval voting. If you look at the city of Boulder, which I don't represent, the city of Boulder has multiple at-large seats, and you actually vote for multiple candidates. They say, vote for up to 3 or vote for up to 5 of these folks. And so it's almost an approval voting system already. So the infrastructure is already there, and you look at voter turnout in the city of Boulder, it's actually one of the higher turnouts in the state for local municipal elections, which tend to have a depressed turnout. Another question.
Celeste.
So following up on Dave's question, your bill has always been for local nonpartisan races. This might be the right time to go wider, especially given this new situation that we have. So would you speak to the political realities of that?
No, so looking at the political reality of going bigger, maybe moving this into partisan races, I think there are some positives and some negatives to that, and that's something that we've got to feel out in the next couple, really in the next couple weeks to months, before the legislative session starts in January, is whether it makes sense to look at this in a partisan sense, maybe make it just apply to primaries as opposed to the general, whether we go for the whole hog. And what I can say is that while the approval voting group here is small but mighty, if you go to AV4CO, AV numeral 4CO.com.
Org.
Oh, org. Thank you. See, I guess politicians aren't perfect. Who knew? AV4CO.org. You can start to understand this, but there's an intellectual hoop that people need to jump through, and almost a partisan hoop that we need to jump through. And so my question in my head is what is going to give us the greatest path to victory and the fastest path to victory, because this is a leap in logic for a lot of people. Even when I talk to people that are frustrated with both parties, to take the time to explain to them what approval voting is another step. And so I think it's one of those conversations we'll have to continue to have. The other thing that paints this picture a little bit differently is I want to hold faith with the voters that voted for 107 and 108. I was opposed to both of those partially on technical reasons. I thought it was time for a presidential primary, but the way that this opened things up was not the way that I would have done it. I think that we need to be very careful about making sure that, sometimes, you can hit that home run. I'd rather get an on-base single and see how far we can get from there. So it's going to be bigger conversations with both major parties to see if we can get some support from both major parties. If we don't, it's very tough in a legislature that only has representation from both major parties. The other thing that I think is really incumbent on this group and the people watching is to make sure that they know who their legislators are. If you go to Project Vote Smart and put in your address. You can find out who those folks are, because unless we're able to get that groundswell of support, it's going to be very tough. You saw a bill just last year dealing with opening up primaries to, or creating a presidential primary. That bill was killed. I'd like to say that, you know, it was as much the far left as the far right, but it was largely people on the far right in the Republican majority Senate that killed that bill. And it's not to say that in a different year it would have been the far left. But you saw what the state House and Senate did with that. The House passed it, the Senate killed it, partially because of partisan interests. What's going to happen when, and this is the question I'm going to ask to my legislative friends. Well, you saw what happened. This was kind of a compromise idea. It got killed in the Senate. And then the voters went ahead and passed something a lot more robust and probably a lot more complicated and a lot more challenging. So these are the conversations that we're going to have, and very directly with our lawmakers about from our districts. So, you know, learn who your state House and Senate district folks are, because I represent one district. There are 65 House districts. There are 35 Senate districts. I've got to get to 33 votes in the House, 18 votes in the Senate. And fundamentally, I've got to find somewhere between 5 and 7 votes in either the House or the Senate to whatever committee that goes to. And because it's an election bill, it becomes very partisan very quickly. The election bills that I've run, to be honest with you, have only passed in partisan senses. When I ran my voter pre-registration bill to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote, that was in a year where Democrats held both the House and the Senate, and this was a popular Democratic idea. That being said, actually more Republicans than Democrats have pre-registered to vote, so which I think is good for democracy, but maybe not necessarily good for Democrats. Now, those voters can't vote until they're 18, but these become very partisan conversations very quickly, and I, as a Democrat standing up there, I can only carry about half the conversation. That's why we need people from all sides of the political spectrum really building a groundswell of support. It can't just be 15 or 20 of us. It's got to be more like 1,500 or 2 or 20,000 of us really standing up saying, in a state of 6 million, the two parties aren't doing it by themselves. Let's look at other opportunities. I don't know how we're doing on time, but hopefully we've run out of questions. No. I'm gonna do 2 things as a wrap up. First one is I'm going to give you my legislative email address. It's just repsinger@gmail.com. Rep like representative, singer like the sewing machine @gmail.com. Siri thinks it's rap singer, so don't talk into your phone when you do this one, because I'm not a rap singer. But if you go to repsinger@gmail.com, and the other thing I'm going to give out, and use it, sparingly, is my cell phone number. It's 303-875-4727. Remember, that is my cell phone number, so if you call at 2 in the morning thinking you're going to get voicemail, you might just get a groggy version of me, which kind of sounds like this anyway. But I'm going to leave you with those things because my title has the word representative in it. I don't do a very good job of representing when my constituents can't tell me or don't tell me what's important. So thank you for being involved and making sure that we continue to hear what's important so we can be better versions of ourselves.
So our Facebook stream's about almost to 20,000. So for all of you out there, I hope you remember his cell phone number. Give Mr. Singer a call. I just wanted to say we're going to have our alternative voting methods panel after lunch, and I'm going to have Frank Atwood speak a few minutes. But I had a couple things to say, just inspired in the words of Mr. Singer there. He brought up the Nader spoiler situation. I worked as the National Ballot Access Coordinator for independent presidential candidate Ralph Nader in 2008. I would have done it for Dr. Ron Paul. I didn't vote for Nader, but I believe in more voices and more choices. And to date, I've helped get over 1 million signatures to get candidates on the ballot. And when I think about the spoiler situation, which I don't agree with. I really take it back to the two-party system. The fact that we don't have alternative voting methods is the reason the so-called spoiler effect happens in the first place. So it is a product of the two-party duopoly, the two-party system. So until and when we actually implement alternative voting methods, let the people decide, should that be approval voting, score voting, singular doesn't seem to be working too well, instant runoff voting, also known as ranked choice voting. These are the kind of topics we're going to speak about during our panel after. This is negative campaigning. Imagine the worst of the worst only being on the ballot for the general election. Doesn't work. I mean, Marianne Williamson, you may know, a spiritual leader, supporter of free and equal elections. She ran as an independent for Congress there. She could not get past the primary. She had musicians like Jason Mraz raise millions of dollars. Just a prime example of how corrupt that is. On a good note, 2 years later in 2012, I went to Arizona, got in a car and went to 5 different counties and held a panel with the League of Women Voters, the president there, Barbara Klein, with representatives from the Democratic, Republican, Libertarian, Green Party, and myself from a national perspective at the Goldwater Institute, which the Democratic executive guy was like, wow, I can't believe I'm at the Goldwater Institute. But we brought people together, right? The whole coming together, which is what I love what Singer is speaking about. It's time to come together. And I went to 5 different counties, 5 different press conferences in maybe 4 days. And according to the League of Women Voters, Barbara Klein, she thanked Free and Equal myself, but it was about us coming together. We defeated it by a 2-to-1 margin. That was the that was the gateway. Had it passed in Arizona, they already, the powers to be, had planned to pass it in already a dozen states, and we just squashed it in Arizona. And then next week I went to Chicago and we held our presidential debate, moderated by Larry King and myself. That was a big couple of weeks. The final note I just wanted to really also mention is he was bringing up the bills, the people in office. And coming from Chicago for over a decade and seeing accountable candidates knocked off the ballot and successfully overcoming a lot of hurdles to get a lot of them on, I tried to introduce a bill. I think Mr. Watson at that time represented Jim Watson or something, and he introduced it, but it went nowhere. It was a bill to better the ballot access laws in Illinois, which it takes 25,000 signatures for Democrats and Republicans to get on the ballot, while it's only 5,000. It takes 25,000 for the third parties and independents, that is, to get on the ballot, while it's only 5,000 signatures for the Ds and Rs. And I realized, wow, I'm not going to be able to fix this, introduce bills, and I mean, I'm optimistic but a realist, but this two-party system, they benefit from a flawed system. accountable candidates, individuals. They don't even have to be parties or independents, just individuals to run for office. So those were some of my thoughts, and I want to thank Mr. Singer. We really love the concept of working across the spectrum and giving everybody the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise is how I operate, no matter what. So on that note, thank you for listening. I just took some notes and had to bring up those things. I wanted to have Frank Atwood speak briefly, and then we're going to go to a lunch session. So thank you.
Good morning. What I'd like to say is after this symposium, I'll bribe you with pizza at Bojo's or beer at Independence Institute. And thank you, Christina, for hosting this symposium and coordinating technology that's far beyond me. Thank you.
So much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Frank.
Pleasure.
So much. We're going to adjourn to lunch here. At a final note, a name of Miss Michelle on Facebook just said, well, what about the debates? And I wanted to acknowledge her on social media because I just sat down and saw that. And man, the debates are huge. If not, even Ralph Nader said when we were at the DNC and I was introducing all the press, he said, Christina, I could interview with every member of the press right now. And you know, I would only reach 3 to 5% of what the Commission on Presidential Debates reaches. So I'll go into that in later detail in the panel. But I wanted to also emphasize the need to have open debates. And guess what? The closed debates brought free and equal elections to Infinity Park. Let's make it personal. Let's make it local here in Colorado. And Mayor Donovan ran as an independent. Most of you probably know of that on social media in Colorado, maybe not. Why? The big reason he was
The first one you look at on the ballot is called score voting. Score voting allows you to rate each candidate. If you like 2 or 3, you can rate them all 5. If you hate 4 or 5 of the candidates, then you can give them all 1s, 0s, or you can express yourself by saying no opinion. Now, we had some discussion about who would be the candidates on this ballot. And if we used, one of the people that was part of our group suggested we simply use the people within our most current election. But in that case, there's a lot of emotion around that, and we think that maybe one candidate would, on the first run-through, would get more than 50% of the ballot, and on one of the methods, it would totally wipe that out. So we're using desserts, okay? So if you're a chocolate fiend, you have 2 choices of chocolate candidates to vote for, okay? So let's go back to the methods. Again, choose one, just mark one, that's it. If you mark more than one, you invalidate that portion of your ballot. The second one, you rate all the candidates. You can score them all the same rating or different ratings, however you want. The third method is ranking. On this one, you have to rank each candidate in order. If you like to, you're going to have to flip a coin and decide which one you want to have first, second, third, fourth, and whatever. The last one is approval voting, where you simply can mark the ballot for all of the desserts that you like. And whichever dessert, the dessert that's selected will have the most ballots marked for that dessert. Now, we're going to get into more detail about we're going to get into the graph. But we want to just have you have the opportunity to vote now. Are there any questions about how you mark your ballot? There are no questions. We have a very bright group this morning. Thank you very much. Mark your ballots, give them to Frank or myself after you've marked them during lunch. Okay, we're going to do this all during lunch. Yes, ma'am.
I just made a mistake. How could I correct?
Frank, we have a spoiled ballot. That brings up a really good question, because this is a very informal situation. If you make a mistake, simply put your initials saying, I want this choice, not that choice, and the election judges will view that and determine what the voter's conscience really meant, okay? We can, voter intent. Pardon me? Okay. Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Harvie. Harvie is excellent with electoral integrity. Do not use your initials. Use some identifying mark that you like. Whatever you like, just make sure that it's...
All right, so we're going to adjourn to lunch. So we'll be back in 30 minutes, right at 12:30, to have our alternative voting methods panel. So thank you so much, and enjoy food and refreshments. Appreciate it.
Me and my running mate got 335, so we are not quite understanding what this. It was easy for us.
Right. What's the problem?
But I'm very grateful for, in Colorado, the ballot access that is here and the opportunity of the press to look into third-party candidates. And also today from Secretary of State Williams, I discovered that an additional secret weapon is to have a last name beginning with A, because the presidential candidates are not randomized but presented alphabetically. And so Atwood bounced me up to the top of the list, and I was 6th on the ballot, which may have helped. Okay.
There.
So.
There you go. That's secret.
So, and thank you, and
congratulations.
actually,
There's a good practice, which is to rotate that. Like keep them in alphabetical order, but not always start at the start of the alphabet.
I'm the incumbent. You're not going to correct me on that. I'm at the head of the alphabet. And Rob, congratulations to you in Maine for
Yes, absolutely.
instant runoff voting there.
There you go.
Yes.
Yes, congratulations. Good job.
It
was pretty darn exciting.
Super. Are we getting a thumbs up in the back?
We're all good. We're streaming.
We're live streaming.
On Facebook and YouTube? I don't see us on Facebook yet. So I need to know that.
Christina doesn't see us.
Otherwise, I'm going to set it up through my phone again. Sorry, guys. Thanks for your patience. So it's live on YouTube, but not on Facebook. So can we get on Facebook, because that's where our reach is. Okay, cool. Okay. Just need to have that clarified. So anybody on YouTube watching, please share this link. But Facebook's really where our reach is. Let me know if I need to stream it to my phone again. It's not ideal, but... We're on Facebook? Yes.
We're on Facebook.
All right, sweet. All right, so welcome to the... Oh, it's YouTube.
Wait, YouTube.
I'm going to wait to hear from Jared. Yeah. Yeah, our YouTube's not. It's our Facebook's where the reach is by far. And we need audio on YouTube. That's what Tyler wants to say.
I got to your Facebook through, your YouTube through Facebook last night.
Yeah, you can share the YouTube on the Facebook page, but the actual live stream through Facebook's where we get our reach. It's super important. So looks like the AV is good on YouTube now.
Rob Richie isn't coming in very well.
What's that?
Rob Richie isn't coming in very well. The sound. If you get closer to the microphone, it might help.
Rob, could you get closer to the microphone?
Sure. Is there a problem hearing me? About me? I'm going to say something.
Sure.
No,
just sound-wise.
Your sound check is coming in well. Rob's a little tinny.
Well, I will lean in and kind of become a scary presence. But I'm just talking in front of my laptop, and I don't know if I can do anything more than that.
Okay.
Do you have a headset?
Do you have a headset?
I do not, I'm afraid. I will just talk louder. Does talking louder help?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay.
All right, so this.
Is Facebook different from YouTube as far as streaming?
Yes, we have over 250,000 likes on Facebook. We have not been very active on YouTube, so our reach.
There's a link on Facebook, I think, that goes to YouTube.
It's linking the YouTube, but we need to actually live stream the Facebook through it. It's just the most, yeah. We might have to just move forward.
There's a reason why I'm a Luddite.
I'm gonna go ahead and prepare it through my phone at this point. Ding, ding. Watch. Just for your patience, everyone. Do you, here, we'll just need to go that way again.
Vertical or horizontal?
Horizontals, I think. I just copy and pasted previous post to stuff. All right, we're gonna stream it through my phone, guys, so we can get started here. Cool?
Great.
Jared, Adam?
Low battery.
We'll have to bring my laptop up.
Power out my library.
Yeah, or you could use my laptop and plug the phone cord to it. It's down by Blake on the ground. Behind Blake. To the left. Yeah, to the right. Just open it and then I just charge it out of the laptop. Alright. Whenever you get the count, we're just going to go that direction. You're going to do the you got the Facebook Live? Just let me know countdown. It looks like Jared may have it there.
Okay, good.
So, that'll be better.
Yep.
You did. Just waiting on Jared, right? All right. Jared, we got to get started. So, did you get it or no?
We're live all the way around.
All right, sweet. Okay, wonderful. And I'll probably maybe need to get my phone back in a little bit. But so this is Christina Tobin. You're joining us for the second half of our Electoral Reform Symposium here in Glendale, Colorado. And before we get started, I wanted Blake to come up here just briefly to talk about the voting process of what we did with casting ballots here briefly. Blake, please.
Okay, and thank you everybody for filling out your ballot. First of all, I want to ask if anybody had any trouble with the mechanism of filling out their ballot, or if they have any questions. No questions, great. Raise your hand if you voted. I want to get a count of the number of ballots.
Some people left.
Yes, and I know the 3 people that left, so we're in good shape. Now I'm going to ask for, and this is a serious election for the people watching from home. This is a serious election. We're comparing 4 different voting methods. So when you listen to people talk about ranked choice voting, when you listen to talk about rating, when you listen to talk about approval voting, and our current system where you can only choose one, pay strong attention so you can see the differences. Any one of these methods is far superior to what we currently have. You may have a favorite, as many of us do. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask the audience if anybody's willing to be an election judge, so this is just like a regular election. I could use up to 4 election judges. Who would volunteer? Wayne, thank you. Anyone else? Jan, thank you. And Celeste, thank you for the name. Anyone else? Great. So I'm going to ask you 3 to follow me, and we'll go off-site, and we're going to count the ballots. It's going to probably take us 15 or 20 minutes, so please enjoy the rest of the program. Go ahead.
Wonderful. We're going to go ahead and get started here. The stream is on Facebook? Because I don't see it. Does anybody see our live stream on Facebook? Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's up. Cool. So we're going to get started with our alternative voting methods symposium today. There's a lot of different types of voting methods I've learned throughout the years. And whether it's from the score voting to approval voting to ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoff voting, to maybe not so popular singular vote and so on. So I'm really excited to introduce members of the panel today. We have here at Infinity Park in Glendale with us Frank Atwood with approval voting.
Yes, absolutely, an approval voting advocate and candidate.
Welcome, and we have virtually somewhere out there in the United States, we've got Mr. Rob Richie of FairVote. Say hi, Rob.
Hey, hi, Christina. Hi.
Great to have you. And also Jameson Quinn, cool name, from the Center for Election Science. Welcome today, Jameson.
Hi. Yeah.
Great. So we're going to have a conversation here for about 45 minutes-ish or so. We want to leave time for questions for our audience, maybe 30 minutes or so. And I wanted to get started with the different types of voting methods that we have. I'll start, hopefully Rob, Jameson, you can be here in person next year in Colorado, but I want to get started with who's here in person, Frank, with approval voting. I'd love for you to give a little background, 3-5 minutes of who you are and what you stand for.
I'm Frank Atwood. I happen to be an advocate for approval voting this year in Colorado. I also happen to be a approval voting party presidential candidate. We came in 3rd from the bottom of about 24 presidential candidates here in Colorado. But more importantly, the purpose wasn't for me to get votes, but for the concept of approval voting to be investigated and Googled by the voting audience. I'm very grateful for Colorado. In my mind, there are 3 components for third parties and for fresh ideas to have viability and visibility. And the 3 concepts are ballot access, debate access, and alternative voting methods. Alternative voting methods I happen to be advocating for approval voting and pushing vigorously for approval voting, which I sum up with a Burma Shave commercial. If any of you are old enough for Burma Shave, it goes, mark all the candidates yay or nay, most yays win at the end of the day. The idea is that the voter can vote for as many candidates as they want to. If this year they might have found one of the candidates to be terrible, well, with approval voting, they could vote for all the other candidates to express their opinion. And so I'm grateful for this opportunity to discuss approval voting as what I feel is a superior alternative to the current choose one plurality system that we currently have.
Beautiful. And Frank, I would love to address a little later on the whole wasted vote syndrome and our take on that. And why do you do this? I'm curious.
I think what motivates me is that I feel I started off as a milquetoast Republican, but am currently a libertarian in leaning, feeling that the libertarians express the best concepts of both parties of being fiscally responsible and being socially tolerant, but they get squeezed out of the center. The far right is arguing fiscal responsibility, the far left is arguing social tolerance, and that middle reasonable ground, combining both of them, is lost. And I feel with approval voting, there would be more voice to that middle ground of a more responsible and tolerant society. So I'm shocked that currently that reasonable voice has less than 5% visibility.
Well, after everybody introduces themselves, I'd love to hear more of the success or the involvement we've had with the different sort of voting methods throughout the U.S. Richie of FairVote, welcome to the 3rd annual, again, Electoral Reform Symposium. Please.
New Zealand's mayor, Wellington. It was used in a really fascinating referendum in Prince Edward Island up in Canada. Winning method referendum, about 5 different methods in a form of proportional representation, was the winning method, using ranked choice voting to pick that. 60 college campuses to elect student leaders. It's used in a lot of professional societies because it's recommended in Robert's Rules of Order under when you're voting by mail and sort of remotely. And it's at a point where I think this basic problem of how can we handle having more than 2 choices, which we I think so urgently need in our politics, is becoming a very accepted instrument to do so, and so it's fun to be part of it. I'll also add just briefly, we deeply care about proportional representation, changing winner-take-all elections to systems where like-minded voters can win seats in proportion to their voting strength. And there's going to be legislation introduced in Congress that we've been working on with some members to, by statute, establish that for U.S. House elections.
Well, that's I've definitely had a lot of headway. I've known you and FairVote. This guy by the name of Ralph Nader introduced us back in the day. Was it 2008? At a kind of across the spectrum event that we were at. What's that? And so FairVote, I've learned so much about the voting methods, and I really am excited about all the success that you guys have had recently, and the impact on alternative voting methods. So I'm a huge fan of FairVote. I just love getting more ideas out there, and a huge fan of all the people on our panel today. So thank you, Rob. Looking forward to having more of a conversation. And Jameson Quinn with Center for Election Science, welcome to our forum today.
Hi, thanks a lot. So yeah, I'm Jameson Quinn. I'm with the Center for Election Science, also known as electology.org. And we, our main proposal, like Frank Atwood, as a first step reform is approval voting. But before I talk about election systems, I wanted to definitely congratulate Rob Richie and FairVote on the work they've done in Maine. That's some great work, and absolutely endorse what he said about proportional representation. I absolutely agree that that's a key job, and one where I think, despite whatever disagreements the three of us might have on like a single winner reform, I think we can all agree that proportional representation is an important step forward, and we can agree that there's a lot of good options in that way. So right now, obviously, we just had a very contentious presidential election, which was won by the person who got the smaller popular vote, and nobody got a majority in the popular vote. So it was certainly pretty much a showcase from start to finish of the flaws of plurality voting. So really, I think I think a lot of people are coming to realize more and more how bad a system plurality voting is, and how much we really do need change. So in that context, of course, there's a lot of people thinking about the Electoral College and how that's really an anachronism. And in that sense, we at Center for Election Science are moving, supporting the movement to get rid of the Electoral College, or not so much to get rid of it, but to take an end run around it through the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. That compact, that compact is just, as it stands, is still plurality voting. So if we want alternate voting systems in that compact, we really need something like approval voting. Instant runoff, unfortunately, does not work on a national scale, because you really need to have a centralized counting so you know who to eliminate in what order. And scaling that up to a nationwide system, it has a lot of technical problems. But approval voting, you just count the votes, you add it up, it all works just fine. It's perfectly simple. So really, that's the way forward in that regard. And with the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, the way it's written, arguably it would already allow for approval voting. We'd like to see it updated to make that explicit, but we believe that even in the current wording of that, it's already implicit. So we can also I could also talk about, at the Center for Election Science, election science, we do research as well. I myself am a Harvard graduate student in statistics, and I do research on voting systems. So we look at other systems like score voting, like various median-based systems like Buckland or majority judgment, and we believe that kind of system also has a lot of the same advantages of approval voting, a little bit more complex, but would really open up the expressivity of your vote without
without causing too much voting strategy. And so we really believe that those systems are good. Of course, once you get into the technicalities of this, there are debates on various sides. I'm sure that if Rob and I got into the nitty-gritty, we'd have some areas of disagreement because we at the Center for Election Science believe that instant runoff, what he calls ranked choice voting, instant runoff has some flaws that while it was definitely a huge step up in Maine, and we really do congratulate you on that, we'd like to see other systems that don't have those flaws. But aside from those debates, I just wanted to say that we really need new voting systems, and I think more than people than ever are realizing that. And so this is really a great time for the conference, and so thanks for setting this up.
Well, thank you so much. I definitely, I know, Rob, we've got kind of a little bit of the two supporters and approval, and you with ranked choice. I hope next year we can have even more of a variety. And I really wish we could have had a bill read past with proportional representation, because I remember Ralph Nader telling me and other people in 2008 that in his viewpoint, PR was really an answer or the answer, and I just am looking forward to learning more about that in the upcoming years. Seeing that I think 86 or close to 100 or a lot of countries have it. So I'm gonna definitely lean towards Rob here. Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened in Maine and why you feel, for example, ranked choice voting might be a better choice over other alternative voting methods?
I'm sorry, can I cut in for just a second? I really I think we should be calling it instant runoff voting. I know that Rob and FairVote have been calling it ranked choice, but that term, if we're here at a conference about alternative voting systems, that ranked choice really covers a lot of systems, and instant runoff is a specific one of those. So can we call it that? Sorry.
Okay, that's a great clarification. I appreciate that. Rob, is that okay to call instant runoff voting, or however you want to address? I want to let you take the lead on this, because I wish there was I want to get more speakers.
Well, here's the reality of why it's called ranked choice voting. So there were 4 cities in California that you just used it this month. That's San Francisco, Berkeley, San Leandro, and Oakland. And San Francisco started using that in 2004. And when it passed, it was called instant runoff voting. I actually helped coin the term, so I do like the term instant runoff voting. But because it helps to explain what the count is doing. It's you rank your candidates, and then you use those rankings to simulate a series of runoffs, and you get an instant runoff. So it is doing that. But I'm going to call it ranked choice voting because that's what the people on the ground are calling it. That's what all of the election officials started calling it. All of the policymakers in those cities called it. As it got passed in Minneapolis and St. Paul, they call it ranked choice voting. And that's what just passed on the ballot in Maine. So if you read the ballot measure, it was ranked choice voting. So rather than confuse people as to what I'm talking about, I'm just going to use ranked choice voting. I'm happy to have Jameson call it something else. Ranked choice voting is sort of grounded in the psychological realities of how many people experience choices, right? So in its most basic sense, when you go to a shop and you're going to order something like 23 or 24 presidential elections in kind of well-established democracies, and all but 5 of them, I think, have runoff elections. And so that's where you get kind of a second crack if no one gets 50%. And so the top 2 get the advantage over one of them. The instant runoff for ranked choice voting is essentially doing the same thing. So you're sort of able to vote freely for your first choice and then consider second and third choices. I'll just say briefly, there's a sort of a mathematical set of critiques of ranked choice voting that apply to runoffs as well. So every time you see someone kind of explain what they feel are kind of mathematical paradoxes and problems with ranked choice voting, they also apply to runoff elections. And one of the voting advocates can feel frustrated by is that a lot of that energy of critics goes after sort of a competing, I guess, reform, but doesn't actually go after runoff elections, which are used frequently in Colorado and frequently around the country, and people seem to live with it, right? The top 2 primary, that's a runoff system. And there's a lot of issues with the top 2 primary, as Christina knows, but the mathematical one is the one that actually people generally go after it for. The thing I'll last say is that the reason why I think approval in other systems are going to have a challenge, and I welcome Frank and others, making their case and trying to do what they're doing. But the basic challenge is that most voters don't see politics in kind of a simple binary way of people who are they're with or they're not with. And so they tend to have a gradation of differences. And approval makes it really hard to vote against the person you really don't like, while fully helping the one you really do like, and at the same time, because you basically have to vote for your compromise choice at the same time as you vote for your favorite. And a lot of voters that seems to be a challenge. And so the science of this, I think one of the things that's going to be important to really look at is what happens in the actual uses of these systems. And I think the ranked choice voting data, which is out there and has been poured over a lot, stands up really well to scrutiny. I think that when you look at approval voting elections, like say it's been tried at University of Colorado student elections, there's a couple student elections that try it, Dartmouth and so on. What you see, as soon as it gets very competitive, is most people don't vote for more than one person. Like Dartmouth was a really interesting example because they had ranked choice voting for about 6 elections, and then they went to approval, and they've had that for about 6 elections. And the number of votes for the winner has plunged in the approval voting era just because most people don't vote for more than one person. And back when they had ranked choice voting, the great majority of people ranked more than one person, right? So they felt the system was more kind of psychologically fitting with them. So, but I think I feel really comfortable and good about ranked choice voting and what it can do for our politics. And I think we're showing it's viable. We can see it makes a difference, and I think we're going to see a lot more use of it.
Well, thank you very much, Rob. So I wanted to definitely shift over to Frank to give your response as far as why you in detail support approval voting and maybe the differences you feel between that and ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoff voting.
What I'd like, both ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoff voting, and approval voting, both are far superior to our current system of one choice plurality voting. And I'm grateful to see instant runoff voting making progress in Maine. My concern for Maine is, one, the possibility of voter fatigue as the voter is going down the ballot, and how many candidates will the voter actually be voting for. The other is with instant runoff voting, my understanding is that it in Australia has perpetuated two-party dominance for fear of voting for a third candidate. And and even though intuitively instant runoff voting is better, feels more comfortable for the voter, mathematically, my understanding is the mathematicians seem to tend towards approval voting. And so that would be my question. For approval voting, what I do tell people is, number one, if the voter is facing a dilemma of voting between who he really likes and who is electable, approval voting lets him vote for both of them. If the voter is finding one candidate totally terrible, approval voting gives you the satisfaction of voting for everyone else. And so there's a certain amount of honesty from the voters. I believe there would be more civility among the candidates as they try to avoid antagonizing potential crossover voters, and fewer spoilers and less sabotage for the major parties, and more viability and visibility for third parties. So that would be my understanding of why I'm pushing approval voting, is that when you look at the results of an instant runoff voting tabulation, it's difficult to have a sense of what minor party support actually looks like. Looking at the tabulation, it's hard to interpret.
Great. Jameson, could we get a little bit of your feedback too?
I was glad to hear Richie talking about how instant runoff is really akin to runoff voting, and I think that's really true. One example, I'm going to be critical about instant runoff here, but I do agree that it's definitely a step up from plurality. Absolutely no question on that matter. So I mean, and I'm glad that it passed in Maine. But you know, an example of a very, very important runoff election that failed for the same reason that instant runoff could fail is the 2012 election in Egypt. This, of course, was, you know, after the old regime was overthrown. A dictator for over 3 decades was overthrown, and they finally, for the first time in history, Egypt had a real presidential election, and they used runoff voting. And there were basically 3 kinds of candidates. There was Islamist candidates wanting some kind of like Sharia Muslim power. There were old guard candidates, sort of from the administration of the previous dictator, who kind of wanted to go back to that kind of power structure. And there were reformers who were really looking to democratize and have civil society, certainly with it's still going to be a largely Islamic country, but not have the religion in charge. And between those three options, when it got to the runoff, one of those was eliminated. There was only 2 options left. There was the Hosni Mubarak for the Islamists, and there was an old guard candidate. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name right now. But there wasn't any reform candidates, because though in the first round there were several of those candidates, and so they did split up the vote. But polls actually suggested that those candidates could have beaten either of the final round runoff candidates. If they'd made it to the runoff, they would have won the final vote. So, of course, in that election, what happened was the Muslim Brotherhood candidate won. A year later, was highly unpopular and was actually overthrown again by the military, with a fair portion of this population really
did want him gone. They didn't necessarily want the military in charge, but they wanted him gone. Basically we're now back to a not really democratic system in Egypt. So that one key election failed for the reason because if the people who opposed the Muslim Brotherhood had, more strategically voted for the lesser evil of, like, in their opinion, the lesser evil, a reform candidate, they would have actually been able to win. Right? The reform candidates were prematurely eliminated, and it was a voting failure. That's the kind of failure that can happen in instant run-up. It did happen in Burlington in 2009, and that kind of, basically, a need in order to get the best result, you have to be dishonest on your ballot. That's a thing that happens in instant runoff, and it never happens in approval or in other systems related to approval, such as score voting or my personal favorite, some form of Buckland or majority judgment. Buckland, by the way, was used in over 30 U.S. cities in the progressive era. Approval was used in Greece from 1860 to 1920. So these are systems which, certainly not as much as instant runoff, but they do have some examples of use in actual political elections. So these are systems which are very much credible alternatives, things that we can bring forward that aren't just theoretical constructs, and have some better characteristics in terms of you being able to always support the person, your favorite. They pass the favorite betrayal criterion. You can always support your favorite with the maximum amount of support. And there's never any reason not to do that. I definitely understand what Rob said about the Dartmouth election. Although it's true that a lot of those people who voted for only one candidate in the Dartmouth elections, actually they supported one of the top two candidates. And in fact, in approval, if your favorite is one of the top two, there's no reason for you to add any further approvals. That's perfectly rational. And so the fact that it's a minority, the minority who support some other candidate who end up adding extra approvals, that's perfectly normal and healthy. And that's not actually a problem with approval. I think that certainly there's room to look at other voting systems, but I think of all these other systems, I think approval is so simple and so easy to count. So it really avoids the problems of needing centralized counting. You can always vote honestly, and so I think it's certainly the first step. So I'll comment briefly, Christina. Does that make?
Please.
I'll just rip through a few quick things. So let's just sort of start with the last point, that with approval you can always vote honestly. I think that assumes that people don't really have someone that they really like the best, right? And it assumes kind of a binary grouping of candidates. You can just say yes to these folks and no to others and feel honest and good about that. But I mean, just imagine in a very simple sense, let's say the candidates this November, we still would have had the Greens and the Libertarians and the other candidates, but let's just sort of in a very simple sense, let's imagine with Bernie Sanders, Trump, and Marco Rubio. So you had sort of two wings of each of the major parties. Now, if anyone followed this season of politics very closely, you might have noticed that not every Bernie Sanders person really embraced Hillary Clinton fully, even if Bernie Sanders ultimately did endorse her. So imagine they're both on the ballot together, trying to run against Trump and Rubio, and it was really close. And maybe it looked like Clinton had the best chance to win, but sort of Trump was in the Trump was close to her, and then Sanders was kind of close to her too. The idea that that Sanders voters would have sort of said, okay, I really don't want Trump getting it, so I'm going to vote for Clinton as well, knowing that doing so will help defeat Sanders. It's a really, really tough ask. And here's the thing, Jennings, okay? When it's tried, this is what I mean about the Dartmouth elections. It's not just a few people who bullet vote. We're talking about 70, 90% of people will be voting for one person. So why?
But of those 70, 80, 90%, about 60% are voting for one of the top two. So that's perfectly rational. There's nothing wrong with that.
Jameson, I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. Sorry.
Thanks, Jason.
So what I'm saying is that so that in Dartmouth, the winners are getting like 31 or 32% of not just of total votes cast, but of voters supporting them, right? You know, like under 40, and it's because so many people bullet vote. So that you translate that into a regular election, it just means a lot of people are acting like they do in a plurality voting election. Frank, I would support it over plurality voting, right? So I'm with you in that sense of like, yeah, I would rather have that, but I think it's going to be very tough to win. I think it's not going to work as you, I think, hope it will. It's sort of on the mathematical blackboard that it does. And meanwhile, we're having this ranked choice voting elections where people are using it. And you know, so like just using an example, Berkeley's second council district this year. During an election, there was a sort of a more moderate African-American incumbent who had been there for a while. He got challenged by two more progressive candidates, an African-American woman and a white woman, a very progressive people. It's a progressive city, obviously. It was about sort of roughly 40, 30, 28, something like that, with the in coming ahead. You had two challengers who in a kind of an ordinary election would be sort of at each other's odds. Only one of them could ultimately have a chance to win, right? But with ranked choice voting, they could kind of all be running, they could all be making their case. When they counted the ballots for the two trailing candidates, Mark Nicola, the African-American woman vaulted ahead. And people used it, like most people are actually using their rankings. And that's where you see really interesting differences as far as the candidates needing to earn first choices, but really work hard at getting second and third choices. And all this sort of rhetoric about that it's going to lead to people doing insincere voting and things like that, it just doesn't happen in the real world. You know, and this isn't just blackboard stuff. We're actually seeing these elections in the real world. Last thing I'll say, because Australia often comes up, here's one part of the Australian experience. It's like, say, the Green Party always runs in every district, right? Every House district. And they're only about 8 to 10% of the vote. Greens nationally, you know, in other countries, Germany and other, you know, they're usually like 8 to 10%. That's not enough to win in a majority system. It's just like that's the way it is. Winner take all is not great for parties to get 8 to 10%. Proportional representation is good, and they actually use it for their Senate elections, and the Greens win a fair share of seats. But they can run hard in the House races. No one ever calls them spoilers. They can make their case. They can build support. If you ask the Greens whether they'd like to have ranked choice voting, keep their ranked choice system, or say go to plurality voting, they want to keep ranked choice voting. They want to be able to run and compete, make their case, and it sort of helps that in the Senate side, they can actually translate that 10% into winning seats. So the challenge for any third party in the winner-take-all system is getting up to be the biggest, and that's going to be true in our ranked choice voting winner-take-all elections here too. Which is why we ultimately need proportional representation, Christina. But I think a lot of the kind of rhetorical or kind of mathematical ranked choice voting, bottom line, they just don't play out in the real world.
I remember back in the day trying to do an initiative, initially on instant runoff voting, and Ralph and others, they were just so adamant on pushing proportional representation. This was back in 2008 or 2010, maybe instead. So, but again, I come from a viewpoint of just learning more about all these different options, and hopefully the sort of people that I foresee running through the local, congressional, all different offices local, we'll lean on tools and information like what we have today through our symposium and be able to click on all the individuals and learn about these different ideas so they can choose what they feel, or the people can decide what sort of method is best. But definitely what we currently have is, in my opinion, just the worst option that we possibly could have. So I wanted to switch over to Frank here, just some follow-up and, just speak your mind.
Well,
always.
I'd be curious to hear Jameson's comments, because I sort of voiced mine, and then Rob and is Jameson, are you available?
Fair enough. Jameson, please.
Yeah. So again, with what Rob said, I absolutely 100% agree with him on proportional representation. That's I look forward to Center for Election Science, Electorology.org, and FairVote working together on that kind of issue. I'm absolutely, I think we're on the same side there 100%. On the question of instant runoff voting, he said that the flaws are theoretical. Well, I gave at least two examples of practical examples where those flaws showed up. I mean, one of them was the Egypt example, where it was runoff and not instant runoff, but it was the same basic flaw that would have happened under instant runoff. And so I think it is a real thing. He pointed out some flaws in approval voting, and I think he may be surprised to hear me say that I think he had, to a certain extent, a valid point. Although, again, when I interrupted him, he was saying that the really a too large a majority of bullet voting, and I would say that the problem is not that how many people are bullet voting, it's how many people are bullet voting and not even approving one of the top two. And that number is much smaller. It's a number, that number is still a problem, but it's much, much smaller. It's around 20% who are not actually casting an effective vote and in an election like that. So in response to that, I mean, again, I come back to systems like Buckland voting, where you still can absolutely give your strongest support to your favorite, always. There's no exceptions to that rule. And generally speaking, you can in fact give support to your second candidate, and the only time that will help them is if your first choice candidate can't win. It doesn't meet that. Rob will point out that the instant runoff meets that criterion universally, and Buckland only meets it usually. But there are cases where you don't want that to happen, because the problems that I was talking about, the problem elections, actually happen specifically because a candidate is eliminated prematurely. And when you when you eliminate a candidate and then just never look at them again, it may turn out that actually they have a lot more of the second choice votes, and they really are the best compromise. And you really do want to look at those second choice votes in order to find that best compromise. So Buckland does that, instant runoff doesn't. So there are really simple Buckland systems that involve just there's three ranks. You either fully support, you accept, or you reject a candidate, and which come very close, although they don't actually meet the criterion I think Rob cares about, was sort of implicitly talking about, which is later no harm. So I think that kind of system might be a way for us to come together. Unfortunately, I think if we're all talking about everybody talking about their own system, we're not going to get anywhere. So I think the first step should be the simplest step, the one that's absolutely a step up. There's absolutely no question at all that approval voting is better than plurality voting. There's no election when approval voting can possibly give a result that's worse than the one you get under plurality voting. That's not quite true about instant runoff. There's
there's cases, there's problems with the counting system, the needing to be centralized, that actually, and there's an increased amount of spoiled ballots from the complexity of the ballot, and so there are problems that instant run-up has that plurality doesn't. But with approval, even if you think at the very worst everybody's voting, well then you're just back to plurality. But anybody who doesn't want to do that still has the freedom to vote how they want and have that vote counted. Whereas in plurality, that vote would actually literally be thrown away. So I think as a first step reform, it's really, we should really be coming together on something that, that's universally a step up. So that's why, at Center for Election Science, we really support approval voting as the first step. And then thinking about other better systems as, to solve any problems. That there are still some with approval, but it's absolutely a step up.
Let me just say comment briefly. So here we have a system that actually has all these uses, right? So ranked choice voting isn't just a theoretically, it's used in many elections. Tens of millions of voters live in jurisdictions where their governments use ranked choice voting. None live with any that have approval voting. So the idea that we can sort of, say the one we can all kind of coalesce behind is one that actually doesn't have any current use, is one that certainly isn't going to be compelling to me and a whole lot of other people that actually see ranked choice voting as a huge step up. I think, even just, and again, we talk about these sort of minor elections because approval voting has such limited use, but you look out on the internet, find whatever you can about meaningfully contested approval voting elections where you can actually see the results. People talk about them afterwards and look at the numbers. We're talking about, 5 or 6 places, it's really small, versus hundreds and hundreds of places that are using ranked choice voting. And when you can look at those numbers, they are actually pretty darn discouraging. And that's the thing I hope people who are so sort of zealously believing that this is what, we should all rally around, can look at it. And I guess I would just challenge the notion that, say, when Dartmouth had ranked choice voting and winners were getting, 45, 55% of all the voters voting for them, even when it got down, to 2. And now that they have approval, they're winning with 32, 33, 34% of voters. So we don't know if they're good outcomes, right? Because it's acting a whole lot like plurality voting. You jump that into a significant election, and you're getting to what Maine already has, like governors who have been winning with less than 40%, which actually was super controversial. So I'll just say, go out there and try to win approval. But I think there's the edge to my voice is there is this fervor that is very anti-ranked choice voting. It actually applies more toward ranked choice voting often than the status quo. And I appreciate, by the way, that a lot of advocates of approval did not do that in Maine this year and have said nice things about it here too. So all power to you. But there is this general vibe, and I think Jonathan Singer said earlier, and I think if we can figure out ways that we can move forward without these sort of interesting battles, that'll be good. And I've been a little negative, obviously, about approval right now. But you go to our website. One of the reasons why we don't have a lot of anti-approval voting stuff because we're trying to make an affirmative case, right? And then we're kind of pushed into that position by people that are sort of adamantly saying that we're doing the wrong thing. I don't think we're doing the wrong thing. A whole lot of people who work with us don't think that they are either. So anyway, I think the spirit of this maybe is that we can't figure out a rhetoric that is more directed at a common enemy and not even say things like, let's all rally around approval. We're not going to rally around approval, but you guys can, right? But it's like there are great chances to win ranked choice voting. We think it makes a big difference, and glad to have a chance to make the case for it.
I wanted to say that I like that there's this common denominator of how we had the presidential debate this year. Constitution Party candidate Mr. Darrell was a part of our debate, and Roque del Fuente, an independent of the Reform Party, America Delta. and then also Gloria La Riva of the Liberation and Socialist Party. And even when naturally the Constitution Party had a lot of differences with Gloria, Darrell and Gloria, he would acknowledge, that, and it was kind of humorous how he said it, I have a lot in common with my socialist friend, is how he put it, in a light humor. They had a lot of differences too, but the demeanor of how Darrell handled that difference and all the candidates was very kind and accepting and understanding, and I appreciate that. I recognize there's some difference and all, but the common denominators that we realize that both these options are better than what we currently have with the system. So I'm looking forward to evolving the symposium for many years and decades to come with more full table, panel discussions on production of people, ideally more so in person too, because engaging with the audience like I want to do now, if we may transition, unless anybody has any final words, but I feel questions from the audience. I would love to shift in that direction if all of you are open to that, because they've had some great questions so far today. So does that work for everyone?
Works here.
Great, so we can do questions. Okay, so does anybody have a question for any of the panelists today?
Hi, Rob. So one of the things that really kills me about IRV is that it can eliminate what I would consider the best candidate before he has a chance to win. So, for example, in Burlington, Vermont, it was a race between a progressive, a Democrat, and a Republican. When you get down to the last three candidates, those three, the Democrat was eliminated first before choosing between the progressive and the Republican. But if you look at the ranked vote, the IRV ballots, you'll see that the Democrat was actually preferred by, if you look at all of the voters, all of the ballots, the Democrat was preferred over the progressive, and the progressive won. The Democrat was also preferred, if you look at all of the ballots, over the Republican. So that says, in other words, if we had a paired, if we compare all of the candidates together, or one-on-one, the Democrat would have beaten every other candidate. If it had just been the Democrat versus the progressive, the Democrat would have won. If it had been the Democrat versus the Republican, the Democrat would have won. But unfortunately, the Democrat got the fewest of the top three votes. Or I should say, when you get down to the last three candidates, the Democrat had the fewest votes, and so he was eliminated. So that's the big problem with IRV that I see. We also have problems with it being more difficult to guarantee a fair election or a fraud-free election, because it's very complicated and hard to audit. But that is the main problem I see with IRV, that we can get a bad result. In other words, a poor choice of winner. Now, we had an earlier discussion about. Yeah, I'm coming to it. So we had a discussion earlier about whether we should call it ranked choice voting or IRV. The problem with ranked choice voting is that there are many different systems. There's Condorcet voting, there's Buckland, there's IRV, and there's some other minor systems. So I guess my question for Rob is, since you like this ranked choice voting term, and some of us like Buckland a lot more than IRV, I wonder if you would support Buckland voting.
So let me comment. Thanks for the question. Can you hear me okay? let's talk about Burlington for a second. There have been hundreds of ranked choice voting elections in the United States now in just the last 15 years. So we studied all of the ones in the Bay Area in many contested races. You've got all the ballot image data. It's really fun to kind of understand what voters are doing. You find out that, about 90% of voters in the contested mayoral races rank more than one candidate. About 75% rank 3, so people are kind of using the system. And the Condorcet winner has won every single time, right? So this is not a common phenomenon that the Condorcet winner doesn't win. It did happen in Burlington. So looking at the Burlington election result, plurality would have elected the Condorcet loser, right? So the plurality system that we're common with would have elected someone who would have lost one-on-one to either of the candidate that finished second in the first round and candidate third. So plurality voting, worse, right? Runoff elections would have elected the same guy that ranked choice voting lost, right? So guy in second, who got most of the support from the candidate in third. So ranked choice voting wasn't different than runoffs, it just, elected the same person there. If you look at, say, a system like, I would argue, and actually Jameson, in fact, and I have had a little argument about this, but if you look at approval voting and patterns of how people vote with approval voting, it's, in my mind, a near certainty that the plurality leader would have also won with approval because so many people would not have voted for this sort of lesser of two evils with the equally weighted vote because they actually really wanted their own person to win, and none of the parties in Burlington seem to really like each other very much. So there's sort of three significant parties, and they kind of don't like to give equally weighted votes. So that it's pretty likely that approval would have gotten the same result. I think Buckland would have gotten the same result as well. And you can look at this because Buckland, in fact, was used, and most people didn't use their ranking after it got going for a while because of the same phenomenon. People don't like their second choice counted against their first choice. And that's just sort of the way human psychology is. So that's my big issue with the system where you have to have your ballot count for more than one candidate at a time or be ready for that possibility, is it sort of cuts against human psychology. And then I'll just say that we sort of use Burlington as a whipping boy when it, one, it was a better outcome than plurality. Two, it's the same outcome as runoffs. And then you look at actual runoff elections as they exist. And Jameson's example of Egypt is a good example. There were a bunch of candidates in the first round. No candidate had 25% of first choices. If they'd had ranked choice voting, we don't know who the final two would have been because the two that got there in runoffs were just after the first cut. But with ranked choice voting, you have multiple rounds of counting. The candidates would sort of needed to reach out to different people. We don't know who would have won the Egypt electoral with ranked choice voting. Washington State uses top two. And this year, it had a state treasurer's race, statewide race, big office. There were 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans. The 2 Republicans had a pretty even distribution of the vote. The 3 Democrats collectively had a majority of the vote, but they also were spread pretty equitably, so the 2 Republicans advanced, right? So a runoff election delivered 2 candidates in the runoff who probably would have lost to any of the Democrats one-on-one. With ranked choice voting, that wouldn't have happened. So actually that's an example of kind of ranked choice voting being better than runoffs. So the bottom line is that I think that ranked choice voting is better than plurality, it's better than runoffs. There's a lot of values to it. I think these other alternatives have to prove themselves more than they've done so far.
Sure. Do we have another quick comment because I think we have another question too.
So I think you said that Buckland would have gotten a similar result to plurality in Burlington, and something about in Buckland you're hesitant to give a second choice because it could count against your first choice, and so I don't quite understand that. How would that be different from IRV? Why would people?
Can I speak to that, possibly? Yeah, I'll just say quickly and then Jameson add in. So Brooklyn actually had this interesting history. You can look at the numbers.
people started to bullet vote with it, right? So a lot of people didn't use their second choices because they didn't want it to count at the same time as their first choice. So when that happens, it's not in the first round. The first round, you only count up first choices, but if there's no majority winner, you add all the second choices in at the same time. And that's when they would count at the same time. And if people knew that was an outcome, you would see a big drop-off of the number of people ranking someone second. We know that from when it was tried. And we sort of know it from human psychology. But Jameson can kind of add much to that. Again, as you said, we've had this discussion about Burlington. You believe that the approval would have actually elected the plurality winner, and you have a serious argument there. It's possible to disagree, but I definitely see where you're coming from on that. On Buckland, I really don't agree. You're saying that people ended up voting in Buckland. Again, as I said, as long as you're voting for one of the top two, a bullet vote is certainly just the rational thing to do, right? There's no, if that's your favorite, you know that adding additional votes is just muddying the waters. That's not true if you're supporting a third party, which is, I think, a lot of the people at this conference, a lot of the energy around alternative voting systems comes from people who don't really like the main two options, who see problems with the system as it's set up, and those people are a minority, but they're an important minority, and having their voice count is an important part of voting system reform, and Buckland accomplishes that. And so it doesn't have to be a majority who use the extra options that they have in order for it to be an important difference from plurality. So I definitely think the kind of Buckland system I'm proposing is a rated Buckland system where you're allowed to vote for as many people at the top rank. There's only three levels, like your favorites, the people you would accept, the compromises that you'd accept, and the people you absolutely reject. And so you start out, you see if there's a majority at the favorite level. If there's not, you add in the second choice. But the key point is that if generally speaking, there's going to be more than one, especially if in the kind of cases that Rob's talking about, where it's sort of a partisan type, a divided partisan type thing. The case he talked about with 3 Democrats against 2 Republicans. So if you add in the second choices, if all the Democrats, gave their second choices to all the Democrats, and all the Republicans gave the second choice to the other Republican, at that point, if the Democrats happen to be a majority in that jurisdiction, then all 3 Democrats would have a majority. And at that point, you need a tiebreaker. Well, what your tiebreaker can be is just go back to the first choice votes. And if you use that as your tiebreaker in Buckland, then you have a system which really does, in an important way, live up to the kind of later no harm issue that Rob is talking about with the psychology here. And yet, also, if the Republicans believe that one of the Democrats, but not the other 2, is acceptable, then the Republicans can give their second choice to that person, and possibly that's going to be the only person who gets a majority in the second round, or possibly might get an overwhelming. You might actually make it to a majority in the first round if enough people, even if it's a majority, it might possibly only take a small number of people doing it to get that. So in that kind of a system, you really do have the advantages. I mean, when Rob talks about his criticisms of approval, he's not wrong. But to me, the bottom line is, it's absolutely a step up from plurality. I don't think Rob would disagree with that. There's no question that that is just, it's purely better. And that kind of, you know, for the people who like the questionnaire, see issues with instant runoff, I think it's important to have a proposal on the table that can say that, where it's simply better. And I think that actually also goes for the kind of Buckland system I was talking about too. So that's, you know, that's where I would come from on that.
Let me just add, and I know there's probably other questions. I'll try to be very quick, but I think I've worked with people and closely working on implementation of ranked choice voting, like on the ground with voters, and it, you know, just was used in these 4 big cities in California and so on. One of the things you have to always reassure people, it's a very important voter education need, is your second choice is not going to hurt your first choice. This is true. This is where you have to reassure a lot of people. And like some of the candidates will start whispering, like, because
I lost him.
It doesn't help you. So you have to say, no, it doesn't hurt your first choice. If that weren't true, you'd have a whole different kind of thing. And that's the, you know, that's the issue with approval. I would support approval in my community. But here's what I also would think would actually be more important to do with approval than even with ranked choice voting. I think voter education is always good. But I think if some people just go in and vote as they intend, or vote as the instructions say, you know, kind of approve as many people as you want. A voter just kind of does that. And then you've got some tactical voters that say, no, I'm going to bullet vote. You don't want those voters to get an edge over the voters who are just kind of voting the way the kind of instructions that they intend. With instant runoff, with ranked choice voting, the smartest, best informed voting theorists in the room are going to vote pretty much the same way as someone who's just reading the instructions if they have the same tentative preferences. And that's a real advantage for ranked choice voting. I think approval, we really want to make sure that everyone has that same basis of information.
Hey guys, we're going to need to have other questions from the audience here, because I think this can go back and forth. And I welcome you guys to call each other and talk too. All right, so is there any other questions? Because we're going to wrap up this panel pretty soon. I think I saw a hand from Harvie there, Branscomb.
So I wanted to raise the issue of the lack of equivalence between not ranked choice voting, but instant runoff voting and an actual runoff, where the case is that the voter either is only allowed to vote for 3 of a larger rank of candidates, or some smaller number, some small number, just in order to simplify the form of the ballot. This is often the case. Or they may choose not to, but then if the candidates they have voted for are eliminated, then they actually aren't eligible to vote in the actual runoff or the equivalent runoff. And I think that's actually leads to an unfair use of the word majority when the instant runoff voting method claims that it has produced a majority of voters, but it's actually a subset of voters who happen to rank candidates who were in the final runoff. So I wonder if you guys would at least briefly address that, if I've correctly explained it.
Exhausted ballots you're talking about.
What's that?
They're called exhausted ballots.
They're called exhausted ballots.
Exhausted ballots do not get counted.
The exhausted ballots do not get counted.
Yeah, the voters for the exhausted ballots are not among the calculation for the majority that produces the outcome of the election.
All right, guys, briefly, do you have a comment on that? Then we got to move on to our next panel. Any comments?
I didn't quite catch the question. Was it about the definition of majorities with runoffs and ranked choice voting? Or Frank, maybe you heard it better. Do you want to comment? Or Jameson, I actually didn't hear the question very well.
I didn't hear it either.
That's sad. Maybe it's too much. The voters who are not ranking candidates who are actually in the final runoff, that produce the outcome of the election. They're not among the voters who are who represent a majority or the other half of the majority. They're not in the election. They're not able to run off in the vote in the runoff. They are not eligible to vote in the runoff because they've been eliminated. Their ballots have been eliminated because they did not rank the candidates that are in the runoff. That's the question. Yeah. So.
Okay. So I think I get the question. So it's basically saying if someone doesn't rank all the candidates, it's possible you don't rank either of the final two candidates, and so your ballots is no longer counting by the end of the final round, and you get a winner who gets a majority of the final round vote, but not necessarily a majority of all the people that were participating in the election. And that definitely can happen in the most competitive elections. It's not unusual to happen. If it's voluntary, if the voter is just saying, I'm pretty indifferent about those two people, that's their preference, and that kind of drop off is not uncommon. Top two, a good criticism of top two this year, Christina, is that in the U.S. Senate race in California, it was only two Democrats, and something like 15% of California voters who voted for president did not vote in the Senate race. So you had a whole bunch of people that said, a plague on both their houses, I'm not going to vote. And that might happen if a ranked choice election boiled down to two people who some voters didn't like either. However, compared to runoff elections, the turnout, the participation rates in the great majority of runoffs drop much more than drop during the course of a count of a ranked choice election. So we've looked at, say, Bay Area elections that changed from runoffs to ranked choice, and in the old runoff systems, the turnout in the final runoff would the great majority of times be a lot lower than it was in the sort of the voters that fall off during the ranked choice election. So again, that's sort of a way of saying, hey, there's nothing perfect, but we feel pretty good about what ranked choice voting is doing in practice.
All right, so on that note, I think we're towards wrapping up the panel. But with talking about all the different voting methods, I just can't help but jump in a little bit. I spoke earlier on the top two measure, and hearing that coming up in this conversation a couple times according to Richard Winger, who I think we'll have on a little bit later, election law expert at Ballot Access News, he feels that it was or is the biggest threat to our electoral system in the last, I think, 30, 50 years. I arguably think pretty much ever. So, the proponents that came out and got huge funding to try and successfully did pass top two. The way they did it in California is they did mail-in ballots. They pumped in millions of dollars. They promoted mail-in ballots, saying it was an open primary, and just full of so many lies, to be frank, that I won't go into detail. But the person behind that is by the name of Steve Peace, and his son Chad Peace, who spearhead the independent voter network, IVN. You may have heard of that website, but they do some great work. I think there's some good people on that staff, but I don't trust them, because somebody who would back the top two primary, it is just such a bad thing, and has worked against the efforts of, I think, furthering, bringing about, reform and transparency and openness within our elections. So I did speak about it in greater detail earlier, and I want to move forward with our next panels. But I just wanted to thank everybody so much, Rob and Jameson and Frank.
Thank you, Robin and Jameson. Thank you both.
So much. I appreciate it. So let's thank them for their time.
Look forward to everybody being here in person next time.
Oh, it'd be wonderful. I hope you can make it, Rob, and whoever else, maybe two of you from FairVote, balance it out and get some more spokespersons. I welcome any recommendations you have of more people to bring on our panel. I know Harvie's helped with that, and others, and recommending and helping grow the panel. So thank you so much again. Have a great day, and I hope you are able to watch the rest of the show. Stream. Okay, take care, guys. Thank you. Thank you. And so we're going to flow right over into Blake here is going to have briefly our election results. And then after he does that, expressing free and equally, of how all the voting methods go. I think it looks like we're going to have, is it Adam, Kaleb, Ernest, so Follow My Vote will be on. Blockchain voting, he'll be speaking about that, as well as Alicia Dern, right? She's an election law attorney. She's quite informed in the ballot access arena and handling a lot with Free and Equal. She previously worked with the Gary Johnson campaign, and so with Bellatrix law firm. Was there anybody else, or those the two coming on? And I think after that we'll have Roque Del Fuente and Darrell Castle, former now presidential candidates that ran this last election. Darrell with the Constitution Party and Roque an independent of the Reform in America Delta Party. So I'm excited to have them speak about it. And who else is going to? Oh, Jared's going to come on. Oh, Sharon, is she coming on right away with Adam and Alicia? Okay, I don't have that in my message here. So Sharon with Defend the Vote, Maroney out of Illinois, which is kind of the heart of having spent there almost a decade there. I think she knows of my father, Jim Tobin, out there, who runs Taxpayers United of America. So I'm excited to have her on as well. So Blake, when you're ready, could we go through the voting results here? All right, here you go.
Thank you very much, Christina. And we're going to announce the result of the votes. To help me, I'm going to ask somebody from the audience to come up. Please come up, Celeste. Please invite Celeste Landry. Celeste Landry is from the League of Women Voters in Boulder County. She has helped us with these types of presentations in the past, and I'm going to ask her to write on the board the results of each method of election. Before we do that, I want to remind everyone here and at home that alternative election methods are far better than what we currently have. So please, if you like one, get behind it. If you like them all, get behind all of them. We need to, 6 or 7 years ago, I came up with the slogan, End VFU. Vote for one and only one. This system we currently have is criminal. It incentivizes people from creating situations that will destroy the election system. For example, if I'm running against somebody, we're diametrically opposed on the issues, and we're getting 50-50 on the vote. All I have to do if I am a criminal is to hire somebody to run against him to get a few percent away from him so they end up splitting the vote and I win. And that's wrong. It's not illegal, but it's immoral, and that's why I'm here. So Celeste, let's go through these systems. The first one will be plurality voting, our current system. This was the simplest one to count because you just had to count one vote per ballot. So for sorbet, we had 3 votes. For brownies, we had 5 votes. For chocolate cake, we had 6 votes. For yellow cake, we had 1 vote. And for those of you who are in favor of gluten-free lemon cookies, I'm very sorry. In this system, we got 0 votes. Okay, so let's move on to range voting. Now, range or score voting is a little bit more difficult to calculate, but what we do is we calculate the raw total when people put in a 5 rating for a particular. Yeah, just unplug there we go. Sorry for the technical glitch. So with range voting or score voting, you plug in a particular score for each candidate. Like if you like a candidate really well, you give them a 5. If you hate them, you give them a 0 or a 1. And you also have the opportunity to vote no opinion. No opinion excludes you from the voting pool, and you're not calculated in the average. A 0 is calculated. So what this boiled down to for range voting, bear with me a moment. Here we go. So for sorbet, the average was 2.36. We took this out to 2 decimal places. So 2.36 out of 5 for the score for sorbet. For brownies, the score was 3.36. For chocolate cake, the score was 3.79. For yellow cake, the score was 2.31. And for gluten-free lemon cookies, 1.29. Now, I will mention as some things that's interested, we had no preference on 4 of the 5 possible options, and we had two no preference on yellow cake. Now, the reason for no preference, or the thing about no preference that you might find interesting, is we had a divisor of 15 for all of these except for one we had. I'm sorry, we had a divisor of 14 for all of these except for one was 13. Because no preference does not count against the average. Okay, so do we see a trend? Who won the first type of voting was chocolate cake. Who won the second type of voting was chocolate cake. So score voting didn't give us anything different than we had with plurality voting, but we have more information. Brownies was a close choice, close second choice. Yellow cake is still way down below, but we now see some information about gluten-free lemon cookies. Now let's go to approval voting, Celeste. And we're going to have for approval voting, this is where you could mark as many options as you like, and we'll see what option was marked on the most ballots.
The highest you could get would be 15. If everybody approved, if all 15 voters approved, you get a 15.
That's correct. And thank you for bringing that up, because what we did to verify that we're getting the correct totals off the ballots, we count up all the votes on the ballots. Of the 15 ballots, we had 36 votes. You could vote for 2 or 3 or more. So we had 36 actual votes out of the 15, and we had 36 actually calculated. So, for approval voting for sorbet, 7 ballots marked sorbet as their preference. Brownies, 11 ballots were marked for brownies. 11 for chocolate cake. 3 for yellow cake. 4 for gluten-free lemon cookies. Now I want you to look at this. Let's analyze this for just a second. So we have 7 for sorbet. Now sorbet was 3rd in the list on plurality, was 3rd in the list with score, was 2nd in the list for brownies, chocolate cake, and sorbet. They were 3rd actually. But you have a lot more information. There's a lot of approval for this option. So if somebody else comes into the group, they don't like chocolate, they know they may be in the right group. There's more information about that, but I don't want to take too much time. So now I'm going to switch over, and Celeste is going to talk about ranked choice voting, or instant runoff voting, as it's also called, and go into some detail about how that worked. And then I will take over for her.
Okay, for instant runoff voting, we counted the first choice vote for the first round, and sorbet got 3 first choice votes. Chocolate cake got 5. Sorry, I said that brownies got 5. Actually, the first choice vote, people lined it up exactly like plurality, so you can just copy the plurality voting. It was 3 sorbet, 5 brownies, 6 chocolate cake, 1 yellow cake, and 0 for lemon cookies. So then what you do in instant runoff voting is you take the lowest first choice votes, but you have to have some first choice votes. Here, lemon cookies didn't have any first choice votes, so they're off the ballot already. We're going to go to yellow cake. They have 1 first choice vote, which is the least, not counting lemon cookies. So we're going to take their second choice vote, and that got transferred to, okay, so I don't have the data in front of me. I don't have all the ballots in front of me. I don't know if their second choice vote was for lemon cookies, or if it was, that didn't count either because that's already been eliminated. I think it was for brownies. And in any case, eventually, their next valid vote was brownies. So brownies gets one more vote. So it goes 3 for sorbet, 3 for sorbet in round 2, 6 for brownie, 6 for chocolate cake, and yellow cake has been eliminated. So, as you can see, a majority is 8 votes, and out of the 15 cast, no ballots have been exhausted. No candidate yet has a majority. So we do another round. In this case, sorbet has the fewest number of first choice votes, so we eliminate them, and we take the second choice votes on those ballots. And here is where it got very interesting, because one or two of them, okay, what happened was 1 or 2 of those people put yellow cake or lemon cookies as their second choice. And then we had to eliminate that. We had to keep going until we got to one of the remaining candidates. So we went along. We got 7 votes here, 7 votes here. The last ballot was the one that was going to break the tie. And the last ballot went for brownies. So brownies won, but it was a very close race. And it was it's a little complicated counting the ballots. And another thing about instant runoff is you have to have all the ballots in front of you to count. It has to be centralized. You have, if they're provisional ballots, you might have to rerun the calculations. You need special software to count all the ballots, because what you do, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe what you do is you enter all the data into the computer, and then you punch the number to make it go, and it runs the different iterations. And if you get more ballots in, like provisional ballots get cured, signatures get verified, and so the ballot gets cured, you have to go and run it again. So it's a bit complicated, and some of the people who like instant runoff voting are people who make voting machines, because they might get some business.
Thank you, Celeste. Please, a hand for Celeste. Great job, Celeste. Now, I want to ask our election judges, just by a show of hands, if you agree that we had a valid election.
We did.
Just by a show of hands, election judges. Celeste, you were election judge, yes. So, for those of you at home, the people who raised their hands were election judges. They were watching the process, and they were determined, did we do it correctly? Did we add the numbers right? And did they understand how we did it? And they all agreed we did. Okay? Any comments on voting and who you vote, not who you voted for, but the method you used that you liked best and why? Anybody want to comment?
Like, what would be the next step on? What would be the next step on approval voting to determine the winner between the 11 and the 11 between the brownies and chocolate cake?
Wayne, I'm glad you asked that, because whenever we have a tie, and one of the problems with approval voting, there's very, very few, but one of the problems with approval voting, in small groups, you can have a tie. So, we really don't need to have a runoff, because one of the things I wanted to bring up, and I'm glad you brought that up, is because of group satisfaction. So if we have, on this particular type of thing, do we have group satisfaction because chocolate cake won? Because only 6 out of 15 voted for chocolate cake? You're probably not going to have that great a group satisfaction. I'll tell a story about a bus in a moment. With approval voting, 22 people, 22 votes, 11 people voted for brownies or chocolate cake. So those 11 people are going to be more satisfied with the election. Broadest popular support for one of these two. So if we flipped a coin, would those 11 people be dissatisfied? Probably not. Some may. This, for small groups, score is a much better way to do it because you do get a definitive answer, and chocolate cake edged out brownies. Does that make sense? Any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let me get you the mic.
Well, we have 15. Yeah, since there were 15 total voters, you can't be sure that that same 11 people liked brownies and chocolate cake.
That's very true, and thanks for the question. But again, for small groups, we find approval voting does have a problem when it comes to a tie. But again, 11 out of 15 people favored chocolate. Either version, but they favored chocolate. Now maybe the people that went for gluten-free cookies, these 4 people, also favored chocolate. Let me tell you a quick story about a bus. And this is about approval voting. And I want to spend a lot of time on approval voting because this is about all alternative methods. Okay? We have establishment parties, we have not minor parties, but alternative parties. We need an alternative voting system so everybody gets a fair shake. All alternatives are on the same playing field. So let's talk about a bus, a hockey team that just lost their game. There's 10 hockey players on this bus, and you're driving the bus, whoever you might be. Think about you driving the bus. These big guys who just lost their game are very upset, and they say, "Driver, we are hungry. Find us a place to eat." So up in front of the bus you see a barbecue place, and you see a pizza place. Who wants barbecue? 6 people raise their hand. Who wants pizza? 4 people raise their hand. Okay? You can only vote for one, remember? You have to make one single choice. Okay? Majority rules, 6 out of 10, we're going to go get barbecue. The other 4 start a riot, like we've had after this election season. They start a riot because they say, that's against our religion, we can't eat pork. So you're the driver, so you understand approval vote. You say, okay, everybody calm down. We're going to vote again, but you can vote for as many as you like. So everybody raise your hand if you like barbecue. 6 people raise their hand, same 6 people. Raise your hand if you like pizza. 10 people raise their hand. So what does that tell you about approval voting? It brings people together. Maybe you don't get your first choice, but you get a choice you like. Now let's talk about, briefly, because we've already talked ad infinitum about these different methods. So please, I encourage everybody, even you folks at home, please investigate all these methods and other alternative methods as well. And we're going to go to questions in just a second. So plurality, vote for one. Approval or score, rate your choices, okay? It's intuitive to rate. When you go to Fandango or you go to Netflix, you're rating the movie. So the group is then tell you, amongst this group, this rating is high. Now I have a level of 3.5 on Netflix. If it's below 3.5, unless it has a certain star in it or a certain concept like time travel, so I will watch those. But if they're above 3.5, I will definitely take a look at it. If below, I won't. Approval, you're simply voting for all you like. We understand that. This also gives the opportunity, so after the election is over, you can see who the next contender is. So if you've won, and somebody came in, you got 70% and won, and somebody came with 6%, you may want to tap into them to find out why people resonate with their issues as they're different from yours. So you get a better idea of what their public is talking about in terms of voting for them. Also, if Sally is really good and she plays second, but people really like her, or she plays third and people really like her, then you know that she's going to have support next election. I'm going to hurry up and get through the rest here. IRV was very complicated to count. If you're an IRV supporter, please help me better understand how I can rank. Ranking is also very intuitive. But there's an issue with, as you get down towards the last rankings, do you really want to rank these people? Why? As my 97-year-old mother just recently passed away, she was 97, I explained all the different methods to her, and she says, I like approval because I can choose more than one that I like. Ranking, we got down to the end, well, they're all the same. Can't you just make them all ones? Which is approval voting or score voting. We had to have a computer to do approval voting. We couldn't do it by hand.
IRV.
I'm sorry, you're right, thank you. Rank choice or IRV, we had to use a computer. The other methods we counted by hand. This one took longer than the other two. This was quickest, took us 3 minutes. This one took us maybe 4 or 5. This one took us about 7. This one took us about 20. And we used a computer. Let's talk about one last thing, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Christina. We're about out of time here. So when we look at transparency, the situation or the voting method has the highest transparency is plurality and has one of the lowest group satisfaction rates. The approval voting also is extremely transparent. You can do it in minutes. You can go into your precinct. You can see how you can watch them count the votes. Score voting a little bit more complicated because you got to do math, but still you can do this at your precinct level, very transparent. Higher group satisfaction than does plurality. Approval has a higher group satisfaction. Electing the candidate with the broadest popular support, that's the goal. And ranking is good because you know you can rank this guy here, discrete rankings. The problem is when you run out of steam, you really care or just start marking in numbers. And how valuable is that? But it's used a lot. Ranking has the least transparency. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Christina.
Well, she's coming up. I think it's important to look at the 11 free cookies there. That only under approval voting, if you didn't have that one, you'd think nobody likes 11 free cookies. But this shows you there's something there. And I was surprised last time I did this, when you did it, lemon free cookies won. And I talked to people, I said, how on earth nobody likes lemon free cookies? And they said, you know, we don't like them either. But we're gluten intolerant. We cannot eat any of the others.
And that's a very good comment, Dave. We're going to talk about this offline because we want to go on to other things, but I really appreciate that. One thing I want to mention about that is, right, I understand. As Dave mentioned about the gluten-free cookies, got 400 approval voting and very low or none on the others. If you want to be a member of an alternate party instead of the two main establishment parties, this number is extremely important because this number tells you people do like me. Okay, and that's all I'm gonna say. So thank you.
Celeste as well. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, so we're gonna proceed and move forward here, virtually, transitioning, and I believe we have Alicia Dern on Skype here, correct? Right? So Alicia Dern is, in my opinion, one of, if not one of the top election law attorneys in the United States. She has extensive experience. I see we have additional individuals, so I'll brief on them too. I've known Alicia. We kind of just kept crossing paths with different events that I kept seeing her, and then I just heard of her reputation and the work she did to successfully help Governor Gary Johnson get on the ballot in previous presidential elections. Not only did she help on the ballot access side, but she's also the type of attorney that goes in there and deals with the legalities of challenging, because you know, when you're an outsider like Gary or even Jill Stein or Ralph Nader, for example, 2004, he was successfully knocked off the ballot by the Democratic Party in 32 states, which is just not good and not fair for that matter. So Alicia is the type of person to counter those sort of legalities. So I'm very happy to have her today. Alicia, are you there? Say hi to everyone. You've got the speaker here. It'll be just a moment, guys. Yeah. All right, cool. I might need you to say hi again. All righty. All right. So there, Alicia. She say something? Can you say something, Alicia? She is speaking, I think, so. Just a moment, Alicia. We can't hear you yet, so I'm going to have you repeat in a moment. Sorry for this.
Well, these guys are all sitting there.
I think we might be.
We can hear you now. Alicia, are you there? She may be the only one we can't hear.
Yeah, I think the issue's on Alicia's side. She probably has to update her settings.
Yep.
Alicia, you might have a mic issue, or what do you think it could be? Mic mute. So while production's figuring that out, we've got Adam, Kaleb, Ernest of Follow My Vote on here as well, who really is an expert in the whole blockchain software. Definitely been pinging with him on our election system app. That's another topic with free and equal elections, but I'm excited to have him. Adam, say hi to everybody.
Hey everybody, how's it going? It would be great if I could see everybody. Is there a way to arrange that, or?
Not this year. Not this year. Maybe next year.
Okay. I would just imagine a big crowd of really excited people talking about how to solve all the problems that we're facing.
Hey. Hey. Say hi to Adam, everyone.
Hey,
Adam.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
And
thanks for the welcome.
Totally. And Sharon Maroney, I believe, is up there with Defend the Vote out of Illinois. Sharon, can you briefly say hi to everybody real quick?
Sharon, do you want to say hi?
Guys.
I can hear you. They can all hear you.
That's this is quite an experience. All right, so while we're figuring out Sharon, Alicia, we're going to make use this time, Adam. So we've crossed paths on the road, here and there, like Politicon. I know you guys were there and had a great presence there last year. Pretty big event, and you've been personally a huge supporter of Free and Equal's presidential debates and United We Stand festivals, which really focus a lot on electoral reform arena. So, Adam, could you let everybody know who you are, what Follow Your Vote is all about, please?
Sure. Sure. So, like Christina said, my name is Adam Ernest. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Follow My Vote. We've had the pleasure of partnering with Free and Equal Elections Foundation to really push for the advancement and reforming of voting here in the United States. So at Follow My Vote, we really are a company that are really trying to bring people together to help to provide them with the ability to communicate in ways in which they can really work together to solve problems that they face within society. And one of the first ways that we went about really fulfilling that mission is to take a look at our election systems and really try to make an honest assessment of whether or not we actually have secure, verifiable elections here in the United States. And we came to the conclusion that we don't. My journey with respect to transparency within or lack thereof, lack of transparency within our elections really came about when I voted in the presidential election of 2000. It made a big impression on me, and I realized at that time that elections are happening in a black box, and there's really no way for us to independently verify the results of our elections here in the United States. And so I Follow My Vote, we saw that as a big problem and set out, like I said, as one of our first initiatives to really work to build the world's first end-to-end verifiable blockchain-based voting system. And so what we have been doing and have been pursuing over the last 2 years is really to build a completely transparent, honest election system. And one that was provably honest, meaning that everything that happens within our system is verifiable. You can literally check and make sure that the software is performing as it should. So when we thought about voting in elections and how can you make them verifiable, we came up with the idea of developing blockchain-based voting software. Blockchain technology has really only come about since 2009, and it's the underlying technology behind Bitcoin. And it's proven itself secure by via the Bitcoin blockchain. Right now, there's around $12 billion invested in Bitcoin. So the technology is providing a secure platform for financial transaction data. And we're leveraging that same technology to build a secure online voting system. And the cool thing about blockchain too is that it allows people to vote in an election and literally follow their vote into the ballot box and confirm with their own eyes that their vote is safely and securely stored on the blockchain. We've now reached a point, where, it was unprecedented. If you think about what happened this election season, and for the first time, really, in modern history, you have a presidential candidate coming out and speaking out about problems with our election systems. Donald Trump calling our election systems rigged, and, ultimately, things worked out for him this presidential election cycle, but he brought up the conversation, and it's an important conversation I think that we need to be having here in the United States is, can elections be rigged? And if so, what do we need to do to go about preventing corruption in our elections? And to Christina's point, we talked a lot about that at Politicon. And really it boils down to adopting modern technology and eliminating possibilities for our systems to be corrupted. Now, I could go on and on about the problems, regardless of what method you choose to vote, the way we're voting today, whether it's on a paper ballot or if it's a mail-in ballot or if it's voting on a voting machine, there are issues and security vulnerabilities with all of these processes. And so, when we're talking about rooting out corruption in elections, we took the challenge seriously, and we took a step back and really designed what we think is a really great model. That if a government were to fund the development of the type of system that we've designed and implement it, we would literally have a way to prove that election outcomes are honest. And so that's something that has never been done before since the dawn of democracy, really. And if that's something that's possible, you have to ask yourself, why not? Why aren't we pursuing this? Why isn't our technology getting funded? Why isn't these voting systems getting implemented? And it really begs the question, why not? Like I said, if the United States wants honest elections and verifiably honest, trustworthy election systems, we can have them. There's ways to design these systems, but we have to get behind them, we have to support them, and we have to fund them. I've invested my life savings into Follow My Vote. I've spent every dime that I had, cashed out my 401k, and I've invested all that I can to take our project to where it's at today, and didn't quite get it to where it needs to be. And we're proud of what we've accomplished in that, we get started a bigger conversation. I sought out 2 years ago, talking about corruption in elections, talking about solutions on how to solve them, and we've really, through our marketing efforts and educational marketing campaigns, we've really shifted the perspective within the industry. When we first got started, people were saying, there's just no way to build end-to-end verifiable voting systems. And when we put our designs out there and we started talking to people, we've we've overcome that misconception that there isn't a way it's not possible. So, if anything, I'm proud that we've we've changed this misconception. We've brought to light ways that we can solve the problems that we're currently facing, and we're continuously bringing up these problems and hoping that will resonate with the people of the United States and really have them get behind, follow my vote and get behind verifiably honest voting systems and really push for the adoption of end-to-end verifiable voting technology. And so I know, Christina, you asked for a quick intro, and you know me, when I get going, I kind of get going, But I would be happy to answer any questions. I'd be happy to dig into the areas that I mentioned.
Testing, is my microphone working? Okay, good.
But before we dive in, I mean,
And then Adam, if I
one
could,
of the things I want.
and Adam, if I could jump in too, that I like how you hit on the voter fraud issue and voter fraud. I tend to think that the real issue here is election fraud. I mean, voter fraud, okay, there, but for me, I feel like it's a bit of a distraction or something's off it. The election fraud for me is just, it's there. I see that. And I know when you recently spoke at the Politicon panel, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, which is one of the largest media outlets in the world, over 5 billion views on media alone. He was his founder of that. He was a moderator. And one thing I really liked during that panel, Adam, was how you said that, test it. We're here we're willing to improve. We with blockchain voting, and I'm sure people may ask questions they have, the concerns, security, and all that. And I loved how you countered it in the way of, and you articulated it better than I feel, but just that you're just constantly improving and you're up for the challenge of making the product better and better and acknowledging that. So I just kind of wanted to I just wanted to let you know that really stuck with me after all this time. And then also a platform to support. It is so important for a platform to bring groups like yours and many others together. I mean, the goal with Free and Equal Elections through our symposiums, which will evolve into a tour, we'll have workshops where people can be taught, a lot more people how to vote and all, but we also want them to learn more about Follow My Vote and to support them. So if you could tell us a little bit more of just however you want to respond. I want to get your website too, as well, for people to know where to go.
Sure. So our website is followmyvote.com. And you can actually go there and see a ton of information. Over the last 2 years, we've developed a lot of content and talked about the problems and the solutions. But you bring up a good point, is that, we should be striving continuously improve the voting systems and processes that we have in place here in the United States. The American people should be involved and actively investigating problems and facing those problems and not rejecting or denying that they exist. But let's be truthful. Let's dig in and figure out what systems do we actually have in place? How can they be manipulated? Can our problems really be solved, through an end-to-end verifiable voting system? If it's technically possible to build an honest voting system that's provably honest with a digital paper trail, everything checks out, open source software, why aren't we doing that? And you know what? Nothing is absolutely perfect. Like I was saying at Politicon, if someone tells you that something technically can't be hacked, they don't know what they're talking about. Because technically, theoretically, anything, any system, any piece of software can be hacked. It's just that you can make it extremely difficult for it to be hacked, depending on how you approach designing that software. And so, yeah, I propose, there should be institutions, universities, there should be companies, there should be organizations all coming together and really trying to build a bulletproof system. And I think in verifiable blockchain voting software is the way to go. And let's build it. Let's try it out. Let's test it. And if we find holes, if we find, invite hackers, come one, come all, and if people figure out a way to hack the system, okay, great, thank you. Thank you for pointing out a vulnerability. Let's correct that vulnerability and move on and continuously improve it. And so I think there's a lot of ways that we can improve our voting systems. But there's a lot more that we can do in sort of when you talk about advancing and reforming voting, I think that we really have to ask ourselves, do we stop there? Is putting an in verifiable voting system, implementing that in our society, is that going to solve our problems? People forget that the United States is actually a republic. We're not a democracy, and we have a thing called the Electoral College, and they're ultimately deciding who gets elected as president. And, I was just looking at some figures. I'm not sure how accurate they are today, but I think that Hillary Clinton may have actually won the popular vote, and yet Donald Trump was elected president. Something similar could have happened back in 2000. The Electoral College literally, in a lot of states, in every state, they're the ones who are actually voting, and their votes are what truly counts. And in a lot of states, they don't even have to, the Electoral College doesn't even have to vote according to the will of the people. They can literally vote against the majority, and that be okay. And so at the end of the day, do we really have a voice, and do we really have a say in this republic that we live in? If we truly want a democracy, what kind of democracy do we want to have? I mean, do we want to elect our leaders? Do we want to elect our rulers, really, the people that are creating the laws that we want to live by? Or do we want to have more of a direct democracy here in the United States? We're actually voting directly on initiatives and do away with the idea of electing politicians or rulers or leaders, whatever you want to call them. I think that there's a consciousness, there's an awakening happening with people all over the world. And, we have an opportunity, knowing what we know now, to start to rethink society. Now that we have all this technology, we have the internet, we have the way to connect and collaborate with each other. Some of the things that we're starting to think about at Follow My Vote are more high level than just, voting. We're a bit of a think tank at Follow My Vote, and we're moving on to solving even bigger problems within society. Societal modeling. Really thinking. Is democracy the right way forward for humanity, or is there a better model that we can come in? Ultimately, what I would like to see is people living freely in peace. And one of the things I think that is important to point out when I say that is define freedom. And I think everyone in the United States has a little bit of definition of freedom, but I would really like to see us really come together and not dumb down the problem, but let's have a conversation with respect to our voting systems, but at the same time bring the conversation at a higher level and say, okay, what are the other problems, and are we addressing the root of our problems, or are we just putting a Band-Aid over what we perceive to be the problem? So like I said, I think that we're going through some very interesting, it's an interesting time to be alive. And
Definitely.
We're going through some interesting changes in our society and around the world. And I'd love to see us leverage technology to ultimately create a more fair, peaceful world and see humanity thrive and everyone live up to their potential.
And if
we have a lot of potential.
Mm-hmm. And if that when you talked about the popular vote, and if Hillary got a higher amount. I understand that. Whether it be Trump or whoever, won against her, I would expect that they would have changed their strategy as well with campaigning. So it would have been different if it was based on the popular vote. But I'm very excited to bring in more experts. I know Bev Harris is here in spirit with us today, Black Box Voting. What an inspirational woman, as well as many in this room. And on, part of this panel. But I really cannot wait to have all of you together in person. There's nothing like having that dialogue back and forth. And then, going back into, we have a lot of different sort of people gravitate towards our movement of like people who, left, right alike. I've found like Greens and Libertarians, of course, and R's and D's like recognize there's a lot of corruption in government, and even a lot of Greens now are like, yeah, maybe we should cut back government some because there's a lot of waste. I'm seeing that, in particular the Nader supporters and all. And if we want to go back to the origins of the Constitution, some argue we would need to cut back government up to 80%. My take is let the people decide. If they think cutting back 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, that's what our platform is here to help through education, information to decide that. But I also feel that on the other side where there's the voluntarist, the anarchist sort of side too, which we've had, a few speak on our stage too, because we want to have all those voices. I sometimes wonder if and when governments cut back, transparency rises, we have good people in office. I don't know, it's interesting. I'm going to see how that shift may come to where we can all kind of meet in the middle to where it works. But that's years and so on to come. So Adam, thank you so much for speaking. I'm wondering if anybody has a quick question or two. And I welcome you to stay on the panel. We're going to transition probably over to Alicia Dern and then Sharon. Thanks for your patience, ladies. You may have a question here, it looks like. Thank you, Dan.
I haven't looked at your website, and I've only heard the term blockchain before. Could you tell us, like in 2 minutes, what the voter experience is like with blockchain voting, and also does this allow secret ballots, and is there any? Does it prevent coerced voting? In other words, can someone force you to vote a certain way?
Okay, those are great questions. Give me just 1 second, and I'd be happy to answer that. So if I got you correctly, you basically want to know a little bit more about blockchain, our blockchain voting software and our proposed user experience. You also want to know about secrecy of the ballot, and also dive into voter coercion and how our software would be able to address that.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and start. When we sat back and designed our voting system and was architecting basically how an Indian verifiable voting system would work, really what we started out with was essentially bringing the current model online. Like when I go and vote in Virginia, I go to the polling location and I pull out my ID. I have to check. I have to go into the centralized polling location. I have to pull out my ID and present that to a poll worker, and they look at it. They check the front and the back. They make sure it's legit. Some of them even scan it. And then they look at you and make sure it all checks out, and then they'll go and cross-reference that on our voter registration list. Make sure that you're registered to vote, and if so, they'll give you your proper ballot based on your address that's located on your voter registration record. And we can actually take that entire process and do it digitally. You don't have to be in the same room to have your identity verified and for you to be checked against their voter registration list. If you think about it, I mean, the computer that I have right now has a camera on it. My phone has a camera on it. I can take a picture of myself. I can take a picture of the front and the back of my ID card, and we can electronically and securely submit this information to an identity verifier. And this could be a poll worker sitting at a computer at the centralized polling location. just as they would manually checking people in face to face, they could literally be sent this information and do that identity verification step right there on their computer. And from there, what we've done is, so we have an identity verification process that happens securely online, and leveraging technology that we have in our hardware devices. From there, we've designed an anonymous ballot issuance process. It allows people to have their identity verified, but get registered and get access to the registered to vote in our system and access to their ballot in a way in which once they cast their ballot, their identity is not connected to their vote. So to clarify, you could be, I'm sorry, what was the gentleman's name?
Jan. Right? Jan, right?
Dan.
Jan.
Jan. Mm-hmm. Jan.
So Dan, your ID could be X3, Wi-Fi. When you download and install the software, regardless of what device you're using, and just to clarify, this could work on laptop computers, mobile phones, tablets. When you download and install the software, you're automatically issued, generated a voting key, and it's just an alphanumeric code, X3, Wi-Fi, J472, long string of numbers, right? So again, we have a way, that's called your voting key. And so we have a way for you to get your identity verified and gain access to a ballot. So when then you cast your vote goes into the ballot box, but it doesn't have your name or your identity information by it. It'll have your voting key next to it. That way that you personally can go into the ballot box once you cast your vote and verify that your vote was safely and securely stored just as you cast it. And no one else in the system will know that that's your vote because no one else knows what your voting key is. The software will automatically generate it, and you will be the only person that knows what that is. The government won't know, Follow My Vote won't know, no one will know what your voting key is. So you have that secrecy, you have the privacy there. And because it's stored in a blockchain database, it's publicly verifiable, so you can go and check it to make sure it got stored securely. And because of the way blockchain technology works, you don't actually have to worry about your vote ever getting changed, just because blockchain technology actually stores data in an irreversible way. It literally can't be changed. It's set in stone, and it'll be there for you to check at any point in time. And the last point you wanted to know about was voter coercion, right? So we get this a lot. How do you address that problem? So we also innovated, in addition to our anonymous ballot issuance process, we've innovated and created a way to integrate with the current centralized polling location. So that if you are being coerced, to vote a certain way online using one of your devices, whether it's your boss, whether it's your husband or wife or a family member, or just some man off the street or a woman off the street is forced, puts a gun in your head and says, "Hey, vote this way." We've developed a way to integrate with the existing system so that if an instance of voter coercion does happen, which is against the law, by the way, and you could be arrested. If that does happen, you can take your, you can basically use your device to, after the fact, once the threat is minimized, once you're no longer in a situation where you are being threatened to vote a certain way, you can essentially revoke your online vote and go to the centralized polling location and get issued a paper ballot and cast that ballot there within, just as you would today at a centralized polling location. So, in short, we can integrate with the current system, and if you get coerced, you can revoke your online vote and go vote in person.
Thank you so much. And again, it's Follow My Vote, right? MYVOTE.
Yeah, check out.
Great. And what's really cool.
Check out Follow My Vote. You can check out followmyvote.com for our website. We also have social media presence, so you can look at facebook.com/followmyvote, twitter.com/followmyvote. But yeah, we're out there. Come find us.
Okay, well, with the time factor, we got to move forward. But I wanted to also say
I'm excited. I feel like, you know, with free and equal elections in 2017, we're going to be launching our election assistant app, which will be publicized through our symposiums, our festivals, our presidential debates, tour. And on that app will list every single third-party independent candidates running for all races. We'll be targeting congressional and local first, eventually all. And we'll also provide tools of click here to how to get on the ballot. Click here to be part of an online debate or to view an online debate of your local representatives or profile, see who's giving money to the campaigns, to what this person supports. Also, we're going to brand our symposium information with all of our experts. So the people and the people running for office can click and say, here's Adam, Kaleb, Ernest, the founder of Follow My Vote. Do you like blockchain voting? Is this something you're interested in? To Bev Harris, to Harvie, like a lot of different experts. And we would urge those people to support those organizations so they can keep going long term. Because I understand where Adam's at. I sold my jewelry company from Bali, Indonesia in 2009 for $250,000, $250,000. And I invested almost really all into this. And fortunately, the side of where I get signatures and ballot drives helps sustain me as well. That's my second and only other company, 20 years, this one about 10 years. So I definitely have had the struggles, I know, and the challenges and the setbacks, but I have to say to you, to Nate Kaplan, to Hunter, keep going, push through. It's going to be challenging, but it's the consistency, it's the follow through. I love that you're here today, following through as always, and being a part of this. And I am there for you long term. Do what you need to do to keep going in the game, even if you have to. And that's just how I, did things on the side and made it work through initiatives. So you've got something special, and I look forward to working with you long term. So thank you, Adam. Let's thank him for his time. And you're welcome to stay on and listen to everybody else that's been listening too, if you would like. So I think we're going to move over to Alicia Dern. Do we have her ready, production team? Alicia Dern. So, and as I mentioned before, do we have her voice?
She's got to unmute.
Okay, so she'll need to unmute her mic if Alicia, and I thought I heard her voice before, briefly. So.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Alicia. Okay. Wow. Yeah. This is like, not only is she an election law attorney, but I consider her. I consider you. Are you there, Alicia?
Here.
Great.
No.
I consider her a friend. I look up to you in many ways. She's definitely a huge supporter of free and equal elections. Helping us in so many ways. I can't even be from making sure our tax stuff to our board of directors to our nonprofit to a situation we had with UCLA a couple of years in 2014. She's handling our private negotiation there for damages incurred for UCLA stifling free speech and wrongfully canceling our event 5 days out, but we're overcoming that. And I'm so honored to have her on that end. And so, Alicia, you're a Bellatrix Law Firm. Can you introduce yourself and let people know of your background? And you're one tenacious go-getter of a woman. So welcome. Oh, the volume's not working, guys.
I think the person you heard is Sharon, not Alicia.
Well, Sharon, I feel pretty similar about you. This is quite a day.
Thanks. I've only got about 10 minutes left.
Well,
so maybe you could work out Alicia's microphone while I do a quick intro. And
okay.
A little behind schedule, and I got something else planned.
All right, Sharon, thanks for the heads up. So we're going to swing over. I'm going with the flow today. With Sharon
Sorry about
Maroney.
that.
Oh, no,
Alicia.
No, Alicia, they're going to work out the volume. My apologies. So Sharon, defend the vote. You got 10 minutes, so I'm just going to let you go at it. We know each other through mutual contacts. My dad, Jim Tobin in Illinois.
Man, is Illinois, I mean, that's like probably one of, if not the most corrupt places when it comes to the electoral system. So I bow down to you, the home of Michael Madigan or Rahm Emanuel. I've been around the Daley faction. There's like so much corruption. So I thank you for your efforts out there. So please let everybody know what you do with defendthevote.com.
Well, you know, that's right. Talk about draining the swamp. We have a huge swamp here in Chicago that is nearly impossible to get through the muck and the mire. What I've specialized in is to basically bring honest elections by enforcing the current rules and the laws. And my history goes back to early 2011, where we hired poll watchers and we did an audit of the Chicago system and found out that out of, and I'm not remembering the exact numbers anymore, but out of about 240 precincts, 90% or 75% of them did not have the ballot boxes sealed, and 90% of them had some serious infraction in terms of election security. We took that investigation out of that context, and actually it was peer reviewed and published by Argonne National Laboratories journal called Security, the Journal of Physical Security. But I've taken that to a different level, where I've now proven that the election machines that are run by Dominion Voting, which was formerly Sequoia, are they never pass the required EAC testing for accuracy. And I filed a habeas suit against the state of Illinois. We did not win that suit because it went into arbitration, and I kind of ran out of funds, but I did get some concessions, and they're going to be replacing the equipment this year. Frankly, I worked with Bev Harris from Black Box Voting most recently. I worked with her on a couple of projects, but most recently on this idea of the software behind the voting systems, which are formerly ES&S and which are used across the whole country, and also on now our Heartmatic. Forgive me for getting that word off, but what Bev had a programmer named Ben, and what he did is he proved that there was something called fractionalized voting in the back end of the software. And what I did is I went before the state board, and I was able to bring the Dominion executives in, and actually the guy, Dr. Eric Coomer, who designed a lot of this software, and he acknowledged that indeed the software does count votes in a fractionalized way, and he made the statement before the Board of Elections that that it's a module based. In other words, when they configure an election, they have to configure that election based on the parameters of that specific ballot. And just to give you an idea of how complicated that actually is, in any given precinct, which has about 900 voters, there could be 7 Requires that they have to check the signature of the application against the voter record. And then when the ballot actually comes in, after the application has already been, confirmed, and they send out the ballot and the ballot comes in, they are supposed to check that signature against the voter record. And what Chicago, what I caught them doing, or our auditors did, was not validating it against the voter signature, but validating it against the application. So when we caught Chicago, it was in the middle of the election, and instantly that day, they had to revalidate thousands of ballots to prove that, and to properly validate them. Both Chicago and suburban Cook County have gotten new systems where they check them electronically, and it's increased it. And I do think electronics will have a big effect in how we do our voting, because we can now confirm it. But in Chicago, for instance, in suburban Cook County, is that even though they say they can't trace who the voter is, the fact is that they can. And I proved that without any question or doubt, that they'll say, well, once the ballot's in the system, we can't prove who voted that way. But in fact, there's code in the back end that does allow them to back end they want to. And I don't think that anybody's sitting around doing that, quite frankly. But I do think that it's the ability in an electronic voting system to have anonymity guaranteed is very challenging. But I like where voting machines are going right now, because the trend is to, there's a bunch of different groups that have helped to push this forward, is that when you do a paper ballot, you run it through a scanner, and the scanner instantly takes a picture of that ballot. And now those ballots are put up online, or they can be put up online, so you can actually see the ballots that were voted, and it's easier to verify them. And if you're talking about the integrity of the vote, which is primarily where I come from, that is the most secure way to assure that you have an honest election. My pitch. Any questions?
Well, I just I know we got a thumbs up back there from Harvie Branscomb. I just wanted to just go say that I couldn't agree with you more, taking some notes here on the voter fraud versus the election fraud. And while there may be cases of voter fraud, I also feel like in Kansas, and seeing Greg Palast, his recent documentary, I do need to watch it probably 3 more times to decipher all the stuff he had in that documentary. But just how many voters, I don't have the amounts, it was high, I should know that, but were disqualified because, or said they allegedly voted more than once because they had the same names, like a John Smith, 5, 10. It was very interesting. I want to cross-check on all of that, but there seems to be an accountability issue there. I don't know of how many actual cases of voter fraud, who has gone to jail, who is the person's committed voter fraud. But on the election fraud side, definitely a lot of that. Like what you spoke about, the ballots. I know in Chicago, just the electoral fraud that I saw. I remember going down to Springfield defending signatures for a candidate. And they have this system where you defend signatures. And I'll maybe talk about it later if there's time with Richard Winger, but I'll just do it now because there may not be. But like where you either sustain or you have a signature in favor or whatnot. And I remember that what they do is they have a petition and they have the signature of the person in the petition, and they were comparing the signatures on the petition and saying, what happened suddenly is all the signature cards disappeared. That's what happened. And there were no signatures to compare. And I was like, well, we have these petitions, where are the signature cards? And they initially were sustaining them. The attorney and our attorney, and the sustaining was happening, but we were able to overturn that because by law, the Constitution, you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the candidate. And if there's no evidence there to show that the signature is genuine or not, you've got to give the candidate the benefit of the doubt that's trying to get on the ballot. And initially they said it would take a week to get those signature cards fixed because they thought, oh, they're going to lose all of those ballots. Guess what? the next day, the signature card suddenly appeared. You know, so it was just like all these like constant having to deal with a government, with all due respect, employees, operatives of the system that just, you know, are representatives of the D's and R's. And that's just one of many different cases. I mean, I could go on and on. Another candidate who ran for governor, Doc Walls, a Democrat, I defended his signatures. He's really an independent. He had volunteers get himself over 50,000 signatures. Do you know Doc Walls?
Know them well, and I
Good
would say
God.
that you know, just a reference specifically to Chicago, that system has now been updated because we have electronic poll books, so signatures are now stored electronically, and you know, they've kind of worked that out, and believe me, it was a little bit of a rocky system, but we're in about the third election cycle, so it has been, you know, there aren't as many kinks as there were initially. Not all of the state is using electronic books, but most of all jurisdictions over 40,000 are. So that's a little bit more secure as far as that goes, at least in terms of what you were talking about, which was verifying signatures on petitions to get on the ballot.
I'm glad to hear that, and I think it was even secure then, but you had somebody who I felt pulled the signature cards, said they couldn't be back because I knew his history, and then suddenly they showed up and he realized it didn't work in his favor. That's really what went down, and I give the benefit of the doubt till proven otherwise, but he proved otherwise. And finally, you know, with Doc Walls, when he ran for governor, when was that? In the mid-2000s or so, I defended his signatures, was hired to defend them. Over 50,000 signatures he turned in, Sharon. And the first couple days, the validation rate was over about 70%. I mean, he was just, you have to get 25,000 signatures for the third parties and independents versus only 5,000 for the D's and R's. And he was just skyrocketing because volunteer signatures are known to be high validity because people really are passionate about the candidate. Well, suddenly the Democratic attorneys came in and started talking to all the clerks in their ears. It was just so obvious. And then by the second, third day, the validation dropped below 10%. Suddenly the clerks started just ruling against all of them, and Doc Walls fell about 7 signatures shy of 25,000 signatures. Talk about a rigged system, and he was not on the ballot.
Right.
So I know Alicia Dern loves hearing this. Well, loves.
Christina, this is Alicia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Oh, good. And then Sharon, do we have any questions for Sharon? I know she had 10 minutes, so maybe I don't know if you have to go or no, I don't.
If I could I make a comment?
Sure, Adam. Briefly.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, briefly. I'll keep it short and sweet. But, you know, I did want to respond because Sharon did say that, you know, she disagreed with me and she doesn't think, you know, necessarily online voting is a good idea. But I think it really all depends on the approach that you take. And we've thought through hard and carefully about our designs and stand by them. We have a way, our system would be completely verifiable. It'd have a digital paper trail. And the cool thing about it is that it's open source software. It's all verifiable. You can prove that the software is functioning just as it should, and it's conducting an election correctly and tallying votes correctly and all that. What people don't realize is that the current system is really based on procedural security. It's based on people doing their jobs correctly. Humans are infallible. They make mistakes. They can be corrupted, and anything that can be corrupted eventually, you know, will be at some point. I'm not going to go out there and say that every voting registrar in the country is corrupt, but I know that in my county, the vote totals for my county is all decided. It basically depends on what the voting registrar types into an Excel spreadsheet. These are vulnerabilities. You know, someone can make a mistake doing something like that. You know, they could be paid off to enter in incorrect information. The reality, in my experience, is that, you know, I think the industry is corrupt, and the companies that are working within the industry are corrupt. We've been propositioned. All of my vote have been contacted by other companies. I'm not going to mention any names, but we've been contacted by other companies within the voting system industry talking about, crap, you really have something. You guys have figured out how to do end-to-end secure, end-to-end verifiable, secure online voting. Your software would be perfect complement to our software. Why don't we consider partnering together? So I've taken on these conversations, and when we start talking about, okay, what kind of voting system are we going to build? How is it going to integrate with ours and yours? And when it becomes clear during the conversation, when it becomes clear that we're interested in building honest voting systems, verifiably honest voting systems, ones that you can prove that everything is happening as it should. It needs to be completely end-to-end verifiable. And when I recall a specific conversation with one potential partner when I explained to them, like, look, they're sitting there talking about how much money they're making and how many countries that they're implementing their systems in, and just playing up, how much really the money that you can be made within the industry. I told them, guys, I'm not interested in making money. I didn't get into this to make money. I got into this to solve a problem, to build a verifiably honest voting system. And that essentially ended the conversation. They said, "Oh, you actually want to do that? I don't know. I don't know if we're the right partner for you. We're going to go ahead and take the conversation offline and get back with you." 2 weeks later, I get a response saying, "Hey, thanks for the conversation. It doesn't look like you're going to be the right partner for us. Good luck. We wish you the best of luck. Good luck with that." So, we had the technology. They wanted it. But when we found out that we weren't going to build anything that wasn't verifiably honest, they passed. So, that
Well,
is
I
about...
would just say, in the spirit of openness, which companies? Because, I had interviews or discussions with Dominion. That's been my primary contact, and I'm not a big Dominion fan. In fact, I've challenged them on many instances. But I really think that the fundamental question from an activist perspective is that if problem with open source, corrupted elections because it's not verifiable. When you put something online and on the internet, you also block people out that don't have access to the internet. And one of the most important aspects of getting out the vote, which is really an important quality to elections, one of the most important aspects of that is to be able to have people on the ground right then and there. Election judges, the very structure of that system is meant to be competitive. You have, because we're a two-party system, you have Democrat and Republican judges, at least in Illinois, observing the election. And if any judges think that there's something wrong, and they don't trust that person that's registered, that's voting, they can make a challenge, and then all the judges vote on that challenge. So there's multiple eyes. Now, I'm not saying that's a perfect system, because I totally fought the election judge system in Illinois, because in Chicago, we had only Democrats in a whole bunch of, in 1,000 precincts. So you don't really have two parties oversight. But then I, as an election activist, can send in poll watchers to back up whoever is the candidate that's worried about whether or not that's an accurate vote. And I would also go back to one other point that I made, and I don't know if it was really understood, but in any precinct in Chicago, for instance, there can be 7 or 8 different ballots. And that is done based on what library district you're in. You could be in a separate college district. It's just how the lines and the boundaries are all drawn. So to configure that in an open source platform, in Illinois alone, there's going to, I think we have 20,000 precincts. Is that correct? Let's see, it might be over, maybe we only have 10,000 precincts. And if you multiply that by an estimate of, let's say, 5,000 different ballots, you have such a diversity of ballots that, again, where is the oversight over that? My concern.
Well, I definitely, think that it would be great for you and Adam, if I may, I'll give you each other's phone numbers, because I think there's a lot of collaboration there. And also here in Colorado, the fact that we had a representative here earlier, the Secretary of State, a clerk and county recorder, these are great outlets, maybe Adam and so on. If interested, we can connect you with to maybe to help spread the ideas you may have, blockchain voting and so on, and information. So regarding Dominion, everything I'm hearing about that, Sharon, is a big thumbs down. Diebold selling it to Dominion.
Huge thumbs down.
Following the money, and it's just the powers to families, the rich families. I mean, you follow the money. It's no surprise. So until and when we
Dominion's corporate office is located in Toronto, in a building that the rest of the building is is all connected to Soros money.
Yes.
So I don't like to know that our ballots are connected to George Soros, who has a very clear, definitive approach. Now, when I met with the guys from Dominion, he says to me, the senior VP says, well, I'm a Republican. But that kind of defies the point. The point is, how are you going to assure that we have an honest, verifiable ballot? And he said to me that I could test any of his new equipment, but he would not allow us, and we were going to do it with Argonne National Laboratories, he would not allow us to test the stuff that we have in Chicago. And he honestly told me the reason why was because it would not pass the error testing. But now Chicago and suburban Cook County are trying to get rid of that old equipment, and we're moving into this new stuff that's going to have a paper photo, basically it's taking a JPEG of every single ballot as it's going through the counter. And I'll tell you one other quick story, and I apologize because I don't want to jump in on Alicia's time, and I really should be going. But the way that we got electronic voting in America began with Gore. What happened in that election is it was the predecessors of Dominion. Sequoia had the contract for the paper that people were voting on, and what they did is they wanted to introduce electronic voting, and there was no interest in the country in it at the point. Everybody was saying, no, it's not possible. And so what they did is they downgraded the paper quality from the weight of the paper from a 7 to a 5. And then they tested it, and they had hanging chads. But they only sent that paper into the counties that had the hanging chad problem. So, and what was the result of that election? Everybody immediately went into having electronic voting. And we had voting systems that were designed by people who were related to the Venezuelan president. And they actually have court cases about it in Chicago, and that's how we ended up getting these machines. So I don't have any faith in the current machines that we have in Chicago, and I'm very distressed that Illinois does not have, has some of these ES&S machines that have fractionalized voting in the back end. Dominion's machine does not, but the ES&S ones do. But I am reassured that at least we have a paper audit trail, and we do an audit, because a 5% audit, it may seem like it's not enough, but it at least provides some security to know that, the votes were counted accurately or not. So to me, the most important thing is to have a paper trail and also to have an audit. And because everybody's pushing this concept of mail-in paper balloting now, and those systems are being audited, that's why I think that, we do have at least a 2 or 3% potential voter fraud in any location that doesn't audit that.
And then Sharon, if I may, I went to this event, Politicon, and the group that was on here earlier, Center for Election Science, did a voting, did a vote. And I remember voting, and I love the concept of casting my ballot, and I got a little piece of paper with a digit, 8, 10, 12 digit number, where I could actually go online and check that my vote counted through an actual number code number. I thought that was a pretty great thing, and I'm so eager to have.
I do like that.
Yes, it's just even with mail-in ballots, have a little tab where you pull it off and you can go online and check that your vote was counted. It's so simple. It's the year 2016. I don't feel comfortable even for my local races. It's like, for many, 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 many reasons. Obviously I hope next year we can have all of you in person, Adam and Sharon and Bev Harris and Harvie and more. And I'm going to be definitely inquiring you and leaning on all of you to recommend additional experts so we can expand into more of the Electoral College and the gerrymandering and so on. So I thank you so much, Sharon and Adam, for your time, and you're welcome to stay on. I want to get Alicia in here for 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to have the presidential candidates, Darrell, Castle, and Roque. Alicia, you're definitely welcome to stay on when they come on too. Given your relationships with presidential candidates, it would behoove them to know you and vice versa. So Alicia, I already did the introduction for you, so welcome.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. It truly made me blush, and I'm happy to be working with you, and thank you for having me here. So, I've been practicing in this area of law since 2012, and in other areas of law since much longer. But I'd like to tell the story of how I got into election law and ballot access law. Now, I was already working for Governor Johnson's campaign in 2012 when he got sued in Iowa to be removed from the ballot by the Republicans in the party there. And, the campaign called me and they said, do you know any election law attorneys in Iowa? Because I was in St. Louis at that time, that particular day. And I said, of course I don't. And it's like a Friday afternoon, the hearing's Monday morning. And I said, well, I can drive to Des Moines. I've never practiced in this area of law before, but give me Richard Ware's phone number, and we'll figure it out on the drive there. And that's exactly what I did. I showed up on Monday morning, and the Republicans had flown lawyers in from Washington, D.C., and when they walked in, I stood up and I offered my hand and said, hi, I'm counsel for Governor Johnson. And they looked me up and down and literally went, ha! And wouldn't shake my hand. It was really rude. They completely underestimated me because about 2 days of hearings later, we were on the ballot and it went all the way to the Iowa Supreme Court, and our position was upheld. But I learned a really important lesson in that first ballot challenge, and it's the theme that I've really seen throughout all these talks, throughout every ballot access issue that I've dealt with since, and other related issues, and that is that gamesmanship is built into the system, political gamesmanship. And so a lot of these rules are set up not to allow as many people as possible to have free access to the ballot, free access to polling places, free access to information about candidates and the laws and the different parties that they're that are available to them. The systems are set up to keep the people who are the most powerful in power. And the two major parties fight each other over who gets to share that piece of power. But there is no room left over for anybody who is outside of the current power structure. And that gamesmanship is what we really, I think, are fighting. I'm very much in favor of an open marketplace of ideas when it comes to our elections and when it comes to our political systems. So to me, that's the overriding issue. Anything that we can do as far as technology, I'm in favor of that improves access to each individual person to being involved in our political system. I do think that voter fraud exists. I'm a little skeptical about how much voter fraud exists. I think that it's not statistically significant, at least currently in most jurisdictions. And it's not, our fear of that is not worth disenfranchising people just out of that fear without being borne out by the evidence. In Missouri, we just passed a voter ID law. I actually voted against it for exactly that reason. Like every time we make it harder for somebody to get to the polling place, to cast a vote, or and to have their vote count, that's going to result in people being disenfranchised, I think, in greater degrees than it's going to be preventing voter fraud. So that's sort of my overall thoughts about it.
Well, I definitely. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just, well, you have more time to speak. I mean, but I just have a couple questions too. So, if you're ready.
Well, I was about to sort of veer off into ballot access law and kind of say the same thing, which is that, ballot access laws are a prime example of how the laws are being used to be anti-competitive and to lock up power with the powerful. And if I had, this a say over what should be the rule for ballot access, all this stuff about, well, we can't have every crazy person on the ballot. Again, it's overblown fear, just like that idea of preventing voter fraud. It's overblown fear in order to justify restrictive rules. If I controlled all the ballot access laws, we would have something that was just a very minimal threshold, like maybe 500 signatures for a national race, which is enough to show that a candidate is serious and is going to take the effort to get out there on the ballot, but isn't so much that it becomes cost prohibitive, physically prohibitive, so that people from the grassroots can get on the ballot. The fact that we have states where it's 5% or more is outrageous. We shouldn't have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of signatures required. We shouldn't have the ability for people to sue people off the ballot based on all these technical issues, which you know very well as a petitioner, how easy it is, the story you were telling earlier, how easy it is to challenge these signatures. All you're doing is silencing voices and being anti-competitive. And so that's the problem that I have with a lot of these election laws. And I love the idea of using technology and innovation to continue to open up the marketplace, and I'm very much in favor of that, but I'm not in favor of more regulation and more laws that are going to simply have the impact of chilling voter participation. So shoot away with your questions.
Sure. Well, we're gonna, after this, we'll have Roque Del Fuente, I think, just join us. I see his face down there. Recently ran for president, independent with the Reform and American Delta Party.
I just got to pipe up that, Roque, I think your building is right across from my office in San Diego, because I saw the giant sign along the side of it. I look at it like every day.
Sweet. And I definitely wanted to go open about it, something that's a bit more personal, near and dear, because we're going to talk a lot of ballot access with Richard Winger at the very end after Roque and Darrell Castle speak after you, and we'll be wrapping it up. And he is just the election law expert that has testified over, and I'll tell you again later, 300 cases to better ballot access laws throughout the U.S. for over 35 years of ballot access news. He is a mentor and a friend, and I don't know if I'd still be doing this if it weren't for him being in the political arena. Can be a little bit of off energy, but stronger because of it. And so my question, Alicia, I wanted to, I think we know Rocky's sound works, so that's good. So my question is, Alicia, and I just want to go right into it. The UCLA case you're taking on for free and equal elections, that was probably one of the most challenging experiences. It almost makes my eyes water even thinking about it still to this day. Because it was emotionally, it was something like, if anything was going to break me and make me like no longer do free and equal, that would have been the situation. But I didn't. I pushed through, and stronger because of it. But also, it was such an injustice of like the United We Stand bets we had with Public Enemy performing there, and Larry King, and Dennis Kucinich, and Marianne Williamson, and founding members of Wu-Tang Clan, and Brother Ali, and the list goes on and on and on. Was just extraordinary, Immortal Technique. And then 5 days out, UCLA wrongfully cancels the event. based on false accusations. And so, Alicia, you know this case more than anyone, better, because you have eyes and views. Could you tell the people what your viewpoint is of the situation of the UCLA case? It would mean the world to me, and why you took it on. I've never really asked you.
Sure. Well,
hope it'll be good.
I practice law because I like to help people and right injustices, which, you know, is probably a little bit of a naive reason to practice law. It sometimes makes my life harder than it ought to be, but it's so satisfying to be able to help people and to help causes that I believe in, because I can be a voice for people when they are otherwise voiceless, or their voice is not amplified in a way that I can do it as an attorney. So that's basically why I took it on. I mean, I think you have a strong case with UCLA with the just under contract law and how they canceled it. But the heart part, I have to have heart in a case when I try it. And the heart part of the case against UCLA is that it's not just government that can have power that quashes voices and silences people. It can also be large groups, private groups, universities, large companies. Any large social organization has the power and the ability to silence voices that they don't agree with, or that are not, in the politically correct area. And, I know we've had this conversation several times about how people at UCLA didn't necessarily like the fact that you had Public Enemy there, and other voices that were going to speak that were not going to fall in line with necessarily the agenda of the consensus agenda. I mean, I don't think UCLA itself has a specific agenda, but it's administration and it's professors probably have a consensus agenda that you would have been challenging. And so, I brought that case because I think you have a good shot at getting damages for breach of contract, first of all, so you have legal merit. But it also needs to be discussed openly that minority voices in this country are, in fact, being quieted. They are, in fact, being disenfranchised. And it's not just minority in terms of race. It's minority in terms of class and political thought and political ideology. We're seeing these protests right now, people who don't like the result of the national election because they're saying that the minority voice in the Electoral College is not being heard. And I can understand that frustration because, if they're worried about not being heard, what about the Green Party and the Libertarians and every other independent candidate out there that got less than a couple percentages of vote? But, I'm Libertarian. I mean, we still got, like 4 million votes? So that's a lot of people whose voices are not at all being represented in government. And it's not just in government, it's in private institutions as well. So that's why I brought the case. And my feeling on the case is that, it's like all litigations, it's going to be difficult. I think that we will prevail, but I want to see the Free and Equals Elections Foundations thrive, because what you're doing is a great public service. Pulling together people like this is a great public service, and you're standing against all the powers that be, and I want to see you have the resources to do that.
And I still am in a position, even after that situation, when they canceled it, alleging not getting a final 90K payment on time, of which the donor to this day is putting an affidavit and messaging the UCLA it's in their best interest to settle.
Right.
I mean, it would be in the best interest, and I genuinely just want a private cash settlement, and hold our 2020 presidential debate at UCLA. If it goes public, I think we win either way. I genuinely just want to resolve it and move forward. But I'm willing, not wanting, but willing, and to go through that process for several years for a bigger payout. If that's what UCLA chooses, I hope they don't. I think that would be a huge error. And the day after it was canceled, they got so much backlash, and their one question was, is Public Enemy still performing? You might know Chuck D of Public Enemy. I'm going to send this video to him too. And and I said, no, the event's been canceled. We have no venue. It's like I'm in the media. Their own newspaper, the Daily Bruin, bashed, said I didn't pay on time. They didn't take my side of the story. I interviewed with them, didn't quote me.
And they said, well, now we can consider it an educational event. And I said, well, we still have other bands. And they dropped the price from $90,000 down to $15,000. Well, it's hard to raise that kind of money, pay $15,000 for shirts when you're written up in the media as incompetent. So that Friday, long story short, we booked an alternative venue the day of the event. Who does that? I mean, I gave the green light to fly in 50 people, didn't even have a hotel room for them. I found this beautiful couple. They did beautiful things who loaned $8,000 to us, and I put 50 people in 15 rooms, and we had a show. We booked a venue the day of at the Belasco Theater. Thank you, Belasco. Noon the day of, and we packed it with thousands of people. And the show went on. They did not shut down the movement. So I knew 3 months out UCLA could and would likely do this. I countered it, trying to build it as much as I could. And if they were to shut it down like they did, might I add the dean at that time, and maybe still has been endorsed by Hillary Clinton, $3.1 million in funding at that time, according to Open Secrets, donate to Democratic candidates. I knew 3 months out that the advisors were telling all the student group leaders coming to me saying they should not support our event. And so I knew one or two things would happen. Have a show, build it so big, or they'd cancel it and be subject to penalties and fees later, one way or another, or going public. So I thank you, Alicia, so much. It's a healing mechanism to speak about this because it created the seed of doubt that free and equal is now on the verge, years later, breaking through at our recent presidential debate with Ed Asner as a moderator, which was a shocker. Maybe not so much that Gary Johnson wasn't there, but that Jill Stein wasn't there. That was the biggest disappointment, aside from what happened with UCLA in 14 in my 20 years, was Jill Stein not being there. But that being said, I wanted to kind of shift towards those who were there, that brought dignity into the presidential debate. Alicia, did you have any more comments? Anybody have any questions for her? We could shift to Roque Del Fuente. Alicia, thank you for your patience, and I'm looking for, maybe I'll see you in San Diego. Jared, do you have a question?
Turn his sideways.
I'm not really, if you let him know. I wanted to thank you so much for your support, and I'm hoping to see you down in San Diego next week if you're in town. I'll message you. And you are tenacious. They easily underestimate you like me, and we are not to be underestimated. It is public now. It's no secret. And I'm looking forward to...
I still get underestimated. I'm sure you will too, but that's okay. It's just a secret weapon.
Well, you know, nobody thought I'd win the case, or, you know, the Bali Jewel case back in 2009 when a corporation literally raided my manufacturing company overseas in Bali, and they took all my designs. They started casting and molding and working with the Indonesian police to backdate the copyrights, and I was forced to come stateside. And I did, and that's why I took on the Nader job, getting them on the ballot nationally while in litigation for 2 years, and I settled for $250,000. So UCLA, this is a serious case. I want to settle privately, but I'm willing to go public. It's up to them. So Alicia, thank you so much for your help and support. Thank you. All right, you're welcome to stay on with Roque, and I hope Roque gets to know you too. You're both, I'll connect you as well, need to know each other. Roque recently ran for president. We may have Darrell Castle too, it looks like, coming. Yeah, we've got Darrell. For Darrell or Roque?
Darrell needs to turn his camera sideways.
Darrell Castle, if you can turn your camera sideways, horizontal, that would be great. And then also, if you can mute when you're not speaking, that would be wonderful. So, Alicia, you got that down. Okay. So, Darrell and Roque, you guys look totally recovered from the presidential race.
Well,
Still recovering.
He's smoking a cigar. He looks relaxed.
He does.
Well, that's
So do you.
right, thank Roque for the nice gift he gave me, and enjoyed that. And if you'll call me, I'll give you my address. You can send me some more.
Well, tell me whenever you finish those, I'll send you some more.
All right, Roque.
Well, guys, whoever wants to go first, thank you so much, first of all, for running for President of the United States this past election. Let's welcome Roque and Darrell. Everybody to it. And thank you for your patience today. We're just breaking through all the production stuff, so I'm happy about that. You both just ran for president. I've known Darrell since 2008. He participated in our vice presidential debate. Maybe Darrell, we'll have you maybe start with you're with the Constitution Party, and just a little bit of your background of why you're here today, and I want to go into the experiences of what you both encountered, maybe a lot of hurdles, I suspect, with the debates and mainstream media and ballot access. So Darrell, if you would like to begin the conversation, we can have your three-way conversation.
From my background, I was one of the founders of the Constitution Party in 1992, and I've been involved in it ever since. And in this particular election, I unfortunately didn't raise enough money by politician standards. And so it was very difficult to get ballot access without money. And that tells you something that really shouldn't, and that is that in a manner of speaking, it's for sale. If you have enough money, you can get ballot access. It's just that simple. And didn't. So we worked very hard, and we more than any Constitution Party candidate has accomplished so far. This was the 7th presidential election that this party's existed in, and we got access to the ballot in fewer states than any other candidate has gotten, and yet we got more votes than anybody else. So we're pretty proud of that, but really what it comes down to is you have to have either overwhelming support in work and manpower, if you will, or you have to have the money to buy it like Roque does. But for those of us who are of modest means, it's very, very difficult. So what happens is we end up using all of the money that we can raise from all the poor grandmothers out there who send us $20 at a time to try to get the ballot in enough states to have a real impact. And so we don't have enough money left to travel, to campaign, to buy advertising, whatever it takes. So it's an uphill battle, but it's a battle worth fighting, I think.
Well, Ron Paul did tell us back in 2008 the number one reason, Dr. Ron Paul, why he didn't run for president was because of the restrictive ballot access barriers. Roque, you've got to appreciate that cigar. That's great. I love it. And so I definitely feel that at the very least, to make ballot access fair, at the very least, it should be the same for Democrats, Republicans, and third parties and independents. Then we can move from there. I don't think any of us can really argue with that. That's a start. So, Roque, feel free to introduce yourself, an independent. We're with the Reform Party line and the Delta, correct me, American Delta Party as well. Welcome to our symposium.
Hello. Welcome. How are you? Well, number one, Alicia, thank you very much for passing through my building and seeing my sign. That means it's working. So thank you very much, Alicia. Darrell, it's congratulations. You got more votes than I did. That means that there's more people that have known you a little bit longer than know me. So congratulations. But in the same token, we need to have ballot access equal to everybody. We need to also have media access to everybody. And we need to make sure that we have debate access. Because just like you, even though I spend more money, I spend all my money in ballot access. And with all the effort that I did, I was only able to qualify in 20 states. You qualified in 24. So you did a little bit better work than I did. But at the same token, the state like California, you did not qualify and neither did I. They make it impossible. So imagine trying to run a race when automatically you're completely eliminated from 55 electors. I did not qualify in Texas. They used the sore loser laws, and then I had a lot of games played with me in Arkansas, in Alabama. So I can tell you my sad story, but there was a lot of sad story. The election is rigged, even though I'm not happy with the outcome of the election. The only thing I agree with Mr. Trump is that the election is rigged. Now, maybe he can do something now that he's president-elect, because I believe there was at least 2 million votes that were given to the wrong people. And I sincerely believe that Mr. Trump actually won the popular votes. There's about 2 million votes that I can see that were transferred, some from you, some from me, some from you, Darrell, some from me, and some from Jill, and some from Johnson, that basically ended up in Hillary's column. I mean, I have proof to show that the numbers were manipulated all over the country, especially in the states that could have had an outcome. The reason Mr. Trump eventually won is because his overwhelming majority in Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina, Pennsylvania, in those 4 states, they cheated the most. We need to be able to have your votes count, Darrell. You probably earned at least a couple of 300,000 more votes. I don't know if you felt that you lost some votes, but you did.
Well, I've had several people in Georgia email me saying they voted for me, but the Georgia vote count for me is showing 0. So those are obviously some problems. I agree that it's rigged to be difficult. It's rigged to be very, very difficult for third parties, but not impossible. If you have enough support, it's not impossible, and that's what I'm going to be telling my party at our next meeting. We're going to have to take a long look in the mirror and see how many liberty-minded people out there that are willing to do what it takes to have a real impact. But I also have those 300,000 votes that you're talking about back.
Well, I think that there's a golden opportunity to make sure that people understand we need to really have election reform. I do not know if they're going to change the electoral formula, but that's one progress. But we need to make sure that it's that somebody like you and somebody like me were able to basically be able to compete. Look at the money that Hillary spent. Look at the money that Trump spent. And look at the money the media spent on those 2 candidates. And you are a ballot candidate. You qualified in 24 states in the ballot, plus you qualified in another 20 states as a write-in. And look at all the things that make us go through. And I'm positive that no different than me, that you spent more than half of your time on ballot access.
Well, that's certainly true through August for sure. But just to give you an example of what you're talking about, the candidate Evan McMullen, when he came in, he didn't have any ballot access, but he got more than twice as many votes as I did. And one of his supporters, we'll call it, and he identified himself as a former U.S. Senator. He served 3 terms in the U.S. Senate, 18 years. He offered to pay me to drop out. That is, he offered to pay my party if it would accept it as our ballot access holder, which shows that even as a U.S. Senator, he knows nothing about the way the American political system works. But at the same time, it tells you what money can do if you have enough of it. He had $5 million he was willing to put in if I would drop out. Now, this was early in the race. Well, it was right after he announced. He couldn't get Mitt Romney or someone like that got Evan. So, even though he had very little access to the ballot, he got more than twice the votes I did. So I guess that tells us a couple of things. It tells us what money will actually do. And it tells us that those people who think war is the first solution and not the last are very, very popular.
What are your
Well, Darrell, my thought is he got a lot of media attention because he had a poll that showed that he could have a potential of winning Utah. And all of a sudden he got a lot of attention, and he almost commanded the medias for about 4 or 5 days. But the reason he got more votes is not because of his the way he thinks, or the way he talks, or the way he speaks. It's just he just got a lot more media attention than you and I did. But I think you're a better person than he is. And we need to come up with a strategy with Christina, with yourself, of what do we need to do in 2020, because this country is going to be divided in the next 3 years. And imagine if the same catastrophe happens 4 years from now. So we need to have a better strategy. We have to have a better game plan.
And
Yes, I certainly agree with the strategy part for sure. We certainly need a better strategy and commitment from the people who say they support us. So we can't continue to rely on begging the forces that stand against us to please let us be a part of all this. We tried here in Tennessee. I was co-counsel on a case that I mentioned before, that for almost 9 years we were in litigation against the state of Tennessee, access to the Tennessee ballot, and ultimately we lost. We won 3 times, and each time the state appealed, and each time the Sixth Circuit sent it back. And on the 4th trial, which was about 3 months before the election, thanks to an Obama-appointed judge, we lost. Our judge, unfortunately, retired. He was very supportive of our position, but this new judge wasn't. So, we ultimately lost that case, even though the drama continues. We are appealing that case, but still, that's what happens.
And as far as strategy there, to really hit the point of, McMullen and all, it seems like social media had a big impact there with him, as it really did for Bernie Sanders, of money becoming less. Darrell, I think I need you to mute your mic, Darrell. Is that? Do we know what happened there? Because I'll need to be able to hear him too. Yeah. Darrell, are you there? We might need to hang up or reconnect with Darrell. But the two-party duopoly, as I mentioned before in the symposium, really, I think a lot, or if hopefully most, if not all, can agree that Trump getting elected, to me, is a very clear indication that we're coming to an end of the two-party duopoly. He's an outsider of the two-party system. With all due respect, Sanders as well, to a certain extent, paved the way for, I think, a strategy, and I know where Rocky's going with this, and I think Darrell too, of coming together. Even whether you're parties outside the two-party system or independent-minded of the two-party system, or even more so just individuals, coming together across the spectrum and really focusing on the issues that we can agree on across the spectrum, whether it be the NDAA or internet censorship or war, money, and politics being an issue, electoral fraud. So I definitely wanted to say and just really plug that a big reason that I created Free and Equal Inc., which is a 501c4 of my only other company aside from this foundation, separate entity, was because I envisioned 10, 20 years ago there'd become a day that an independent or multiple independent-minded candidates would be running for president, and then all different levels of office. And
they need to have a company that runs the ballot access side for them, because one point I didn't hear Darrell and Roque bring up is that they put all this money into the ballot drive, sure, but they also ran their entire campaign towards the ballot drive. So imagine a candidate hiring a company with a stellar reputation that knows what they're doing, it's the best in the industry, and it's not just me alone, it's the team I build around me, I organize. They're fantastic. That can take on that project so the candidate can run their campaign. Like that is really going to be, but ultimately my objective is to put myself, I know it's kind of, but to put myself really out of business in the sense that I want candidates to be elected that get rid of the ballot access barriers or make them much smaller, whatever the people decide, and then we can focus on initiatives like proportional representation. That's the sort of stuff I want to focus on drives and not taking money from whether it's Roque or others that are, running, in the future, but more so building great things through initiatives. So I just want to say I feel for you both very much on the ballot access side, and it's a very big rigged component system. And while I have you, I would love to talk about your feeling on the Commission on Presidential Debates as well, a very near and dear, and anything else you would like to discuss as well. So do we have the volume here for Roque? So, no.
I think that the presidential debate is rigged. And it's rigged just like our votes are rigged. And basically there was at one particular time, there's no reason why Mr. Johnson was not able to debate. He earned the right. He was in the 51 states. There should be a certain basic rules. If Darrell or myself get to be in more than 40 states, we should automatically be allowed to, we should be invited by right to the debate. Therefore, that debate is rigged. Because if Mr. Johnson would have been there on that debate, or Darrell or myself, it would have been a different story. I was all over the country. And when I said that I was a presidential candidate, and I mentioned Mr. Castle, people said, Roque who? Castle who? We never heard of you. I mean, I don't know if you heard the same thing, Castle, Mr. Castle, but most people do not know that we were in the race. I mean, it's impossible to go to 307 million people and let them know we're there when the media completely ignores us and everybody just watches the debate. And I'm right now currently in Europe, and most people do not even know there was more than 2 candidates.
Darrell?
Well, that's you're right about that. Of course, I was interviewed a couple of days ago on Russian TV, and they of course had heard of me, or they wouldn't have contacted me. And they asked me these same questions that we're talking about today. But yes, you're always going to people who benefit by not having us on, asking them, can you please change the law to let us be heard? And they have no incentive to do that whatsoever. And of course, as you point out, the media is on their side. And we're not people who, for 4 years, every single word we utter in public is broadcast all over the world so that people do know us. So that we start the campaign in the hole, and we have only a few months to have people recognize us, and we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on television so they can do that. So we're never heard.
Well,
we need to find a solution, and I think that we have a golden opportunity in the next year if we can put pressure on the president-elect to make sure that he sees if there's if there was fraud by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and she basically manipulated a couple of million votes here or there. Let's expose the system, because I believe American people need to understand that the vote does not count. They manipulate the votes, they manipulate the results. Computers can basically eliminate 400,000 votes from you with a flip of a button, with one basically hitting delete. So it's, I will tell you, just take a look at your numbers, Darrell, and take a look at the states that did not make a difference versus a state like Florida. Take a look at your numbers in Florida. Take a look at your numbers in the states that was the swing states, and that's where your percentage doesn't match the rest of the other states. So it's very easy. It's very easy to see how many votes were stolen from you and how many votes were stolen from me.
Well, all right. I'll certainly pay attention to that. I mean, I believe what you're saying, for sure.
And I want to jump in there and stress how, again, I feel strongly, given the fact that Trump won, the system is rotting from within, the two-party duopoly. And I feel the same way about the Commission on Presidential Debates. As I mentioned before, it's run by the former chairs of the Democratic Republican Party, and the League of Women Voters retracted its support in 1988, stating it's perpetuated a fraud on the American voters. But a lot of their sponsors pulled out the last election cycle. And so I see the CPD is starting to slide down with the two-party duopoly. We see mainstream media sliding down, and a lot of the independent media through social media, WikiLeaks, I mean, a lot of those entities are really rising. So I see great things on the horizon. It's an uncomfortable time, but don't feed into the fear, because they want you to be fearful of the system. They want you to give up. When you get fearful or angry or give up, you become a part of the problem. And so a wise woman once told me, I had the honor of meeting last April and interviewing her, Amelia Boynton Robinson of Selma, a woman who registered people to vote in the 1920s with her mom, was one of the first woman to run for Congress in Alabama in the 60s. She was beaten, tear gassed, and left for dead. The bridge of Montgomery, the Pateman bridge out there in Selma, Alabama. She organized for 20, 30 years with her husband. She was the energy that brought in Martin Luther King. Bloody Sunday, one day, it changed America. The words of wisdom she said to me in that interview is, fear is not an option. And so that will always resonate with me. She was slated to be our keynote speaker at the United We Stand Fest last year, October, and unfortunately she passed away at 109 years of age, 2 months before. And so I wanted to say that people like Amelia have stood up for our voting rights, civil rights leaders, and it's time for we as America to come together and strategize across the spectrum to stand up, not only for the betterment of the United States of America, because this needs to come first, because if we go down, which is not an option, the whole world goes down with us. We must and we will rise together. We're stronger when we band together. And to quote the artist Ray Zaragoza. And so we must rise together. And I see that happening, and I see our platform of free and equal elections expanding a lot. And I cannot wait to take this symposium into our tour in 2018, educational, and have workshops of how to vote, to ballot access, to having individuals and intellectuals like yourselves having run for president, and everybody else, Alicia, Adam, and all coming together to have the conversations that brings about solutions. I'm in this for years and decades to come. So on that note, I don't know if you have any more comments, and I think we might have some questions from the audience, and I would love to have that engagement as we're wrapping up the symposium as well. So we do have a question, but did you have any more comments? Roque and Darrell? Darrell, Roque? We need the volume. Yeah.
I admire that young lady that made it over 100 years. And Darrell and I are no spring chickens. And we still got 4, 8, maybe 12 years left. But you seem young enough. So hopefully in 20 years you'll remember Darrell and you'll remember me. And you will say thanks to pioneers like Darrell and myself, we were able to make this change. It has to change for the better of our country. Our country is only 230 years old. We got 309 million people, and we have children that we need to basically make sure that we lead the way. We cannot teach them that our democracy fails because your vote does not count, and people are able to manipulate and steal your votes. So I want to thank you for your effort. I want to thank Darrell for his effort. Alicia, thank you for finally fighting that lawsuit. But we need to stick together, and we need to create a rainbow coalition, Because if Darrell goes on his way, and I go in my way, and you go in your way, we're just gonna fight each other. And in this process of the donkey and the elephant will continue to dominate. We need to basically create another animal besides the donkey and the elephant.
Thank you so much. Well said. And yes, we always remember those who helped pave the way for, I feel, a bigger uprising. And Darrell, did you have any final words? And we have a question from the audience.
No, that's the only final words I have, Christina, is that, it's kind of like Mark Twain said about the weather. Everybody complains about it, but nobody ever does anything about it. So we talk and we complain, but we never do anything. And then 2020 rolls around and nothing's been done. So I'm all ears for all these suggestions. I'm certainly in favor of them.
You certainly are. And Darrell, I just want to, let the viewers and people listening here know in greater detail that how highly I think of you. I've gotten to know Roque recently, and I feel the same way thus far, but I've known you since 2008, and you were not only a part of our vice presidential debate, but for you to be a part of our debate this year says wonders of dignity and character. And, the Constitution Party has been around, quite well known, and Gloria La Riva and Roque participated, but you really were there for the people. And I unfortunately didn't see that happen with Jill Stein, who did attend our United We Stand Fest year before and gave me her word that she would be there. And Gary Johnson, I think a lot of people had challenges working with his campaign. I didn't even take it personally. I figured if he was going to come, Jill needed to be there, and maybe he would show, but the show would go on. But for them to not be there, in my eyes, makes them no different from how Trump and Hillary Clinton have treated them, in the sense that they've excluded Gary and Jill. And I loved what you said, Darrell, that shame on Jill Stein and Gary Johnson for not participating in that debate. And you said, with being high and mighty, and that is how they portrayed. This will go down in history. I did everything I could. It was a back and forth on the record of Gary Johnson campaign initially saying he wouldn't debate another third-party candidate, and then came with doesn't want to be attacked by the media, be part of our debate. Wow. But he would do the live stream. When he said that, I went to Jill Stein's campaign. They said she'd do a live stream if Gary Johnson did it, or she'd participate if Gary Johnson was there. That's a lack of leadership, with all due respect. And then Gary came back and said, well, I'll do a stream, but I'm not going to do the debate. I'll just do a statement. No, you're not going to use our platform. It's so not kind to the candidates that are there spending their time. And then Jill Stein to come back and say, I'm not going to do it. And the Friday before the debate, which took place the Friday before, the campaign stated that she was sick. She couldn't come, she was sick. This is like a couple days before the event, 22nd, the event's right around there. But she was in LA interviewing with Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. And I really had to say, I'm not going to allow any live streams because it's not fair to the candidates that are there in person. It's just not right. It takes away from the quality of what free and equal election stands for. And I came back and really said, had Jill Stein said yes, and then she was sick because she had pneumonia, and I really wish she didn't. I still at heart, if she were to apologize someday, I would forgive her. I don't view her in a position of somebody that could be president because of the lack of leadership, but I still think she's a kind person that may have been influenced by a campaign manager, definitely, maybe a party, and sometimes a candidate can be beaten down and think they can't make decisions on their own. And that's what I feel happened. But to not confirm and to say I'm sick, it means nothing. It means nothing. Had she said yes and was sick, be different, but she didn't. Never confirmed, was sick, it means nothing. So the trust was broken there, and that was a very painful day, still now. And I speak from the heart. I have not done this yet, like this, but that was so painful because she was my friend, and she's not my friend. And it pains me to say that. Somebody who was to be my doctor if I got sick, I spoke to all the time, and just didn't communicate with me since February of this year, went quiet. The campaign manager, David Cobb, even said, he told me, stop communicating with Jill Stein. If you keep communicating directly with her, you may not get hired to get the Green Party on the ballot in the future. He did that. I said, well, if Jill Stein tells me not to, I'll respect that, but I'm not gonna be muted, blocked from a friend. So this is a big problem of why sometimes when you have people in your campaign that want power and control and sometimes accuse people, but it's really a mirror reflection of their own, which Richard Winger will have on, said in a three-way call with Cobb and I, of him saying things about me. In politics, they do that, and it's just not true. And Winger backed me on that, and that meant the world, and told David. I won't say what the details were, but it was a mirror of a reflection of his own actions. And when he hung up the phone, Richard said, and if anybody knows Richard Winger, he never has anything bad to say it, but he's like the kindest. And he said, David Cobb is a horrible person. I couldn't believe it, from somebody like Winger. And, but there are great people within the National Green Party and the Libertarian, and even more so on the state and local. So I want to say thank you to all of you. I see you all as individuals. I don't think parties work, but they're playing a role for a bigger movement. We've got to work together. So thank you for hearing that out. That was a lot longer than I expected to say, but also releasing that pain and hurt, like the United We Stand as the UCLA and this, and I feel much better because it allows me to heal and just put this in the past and one foot in front of the other from here on. So thank you so much for hearing me out, gentlemen. So you had a question there, Blake. So.
It's not really a question, but it's a comment for Darrell. Darrell, I just want to let you know, as you know, Frank and I ran on the Colorado ballot for the approval voting party. And I actually had a call from somebody who is investigating our candidacy. And in fact, you may not believe this, but he was investigating every single candidate for president on the Colorado ballot, which was fantastic. So when he called us, I told him, you don't want to vote for an approval voting party candidate. We're just there to get attention for the approval voting party. You want to select a candidate that you would believe in. And we had a conversation about who he might want to investigate next, and you, sir, were that person. So, Darrell, I just want to let you know, you may have gotten one additional vote from Colorado because this gentleman took the time to call me and say, who should I vote for? And, of course, I can't tell somebody who to vote for, but I told him to check you out because I saw you at the Alternative Party debates. And I just want to mention one thing. I haven't heard many people say this. I'm trying to get people to say, we are not minor parties. We are not to be minimized. We are alternative parties, and they are the establishment parties. So thanks for listening. Thanks for being there, Darrell. Thanks for everybody what you have done in past elections. It just warms my heart that other people are out there trying to do things like I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time, and Leisha, Adam, for hanging on, team-oriented there. I see maybe most of the time. And, it looks like we have another question. I would like to do that. We're working to get Winger on here, Richard Winger.
If he's ready, go.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't wish to take away from anything you said about problems with ballot access and the election being rigged and not being excluded from the debates. But I can't help wondering if maybe Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders haven't showed us the way for the world we actually live in, which is to organize maybe by alternative party or in other ways, but run as a major party. And an example would be if Gary Johnson had run as a Republican, I really think he would have been in the debate instead of sitting around bitching about not being in the debates. I don't know if he would have won, but I know last spring that CNN did I think it was CNN, correct me if I'm wrong, did a poll, and they gave Donald Trump less than a 2% chance of getting the nomination. So if we can't beat him, why don't we join him and try to take over the party? And I don't expect you to agree with me, but I'd like to know, trying to be alternative parties has not worked. So could Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump have given us a possibility here for the future? Thank you.
So the gentleman is saying, would it be possible to work within the two-party system is pretty much the extent of the question, right?
You don't have to like them.
You don't have to like them, but to work within the current two-party system.
Well, you might at least be in the debate and get visibility. I gotta believe if you're running as a third-party candidate, you're not really running to win.
Mm-hmm.
You're running because you have some message that you feel you'd like to communicate to people. And so this might be a way to get more visibility.
Having known a lot of third-party candidates, they run to win. I mean, I have to say.
How many have even come close for president?
Well, under a rigged system.
There you go.
Right.
So do you keep,
let's fix that.
At some point, you got to deal with the world we live in, not the world that we'd like to live in.
Or we create a system that actually works.
So
that,
I'm just curious.
because the current one's rotting, and that's why we have a platform here evolving that would help beyond the electoral realm. I imagine our symposium is going beyond electoral. I'm so interested in technology and Tesla and free energy, and I don't want to detract you, but like just the fact that it's been intentionally suppressed by the current system because of the greed, the oil, gas, and look what's going on in North Dakota, and the financial system of the Federal Reserve, and arguably one financial system world. I mean, this stuff is, the fact that we have to even think that the current two-party system, which is a product of feeding into the powers to be and the big money, is guilty of such a thing is a problem, or even a possibility of an issue. So, gentleman was wondering if you think we could work within the current two-party system. Essentially, I don't want to be biased. Obviously, I am not. I don't think that would work, and I'm an optimistic person. But if we can work within the current two-party system to fix things,
No, I'm not saying
or
that.
to,
I'm just saying,
you have to come speak up at the speak.
Could you have gotten more visibility?
If you,
I literally have never heard of the gentleman up here on the screen.
if you worked within the two-party system or tried to run within the two-party system, could you have gotten more visibility?
That's the question.
Some people say Trump did that.
And some people said Trump did that,
And some people say Bernie Sanders did that.
and some people say Sanders did that, and he might change things. Okay, guys, did you get that?
Yeah, I got some of it. For me, working within the two-party system and being a candidate in one of those parties would not be possible because I have principles that I'm not willing to surrender to anyone for any reason. And those principles are not possible within either of those two parties. So I didn't do this because it was fun, because it cost me a lot of money. It strained my life, my health, my financial resources, and so forth. I did it because I think those principles are necessary for the survival of this nation, and nothing else is acceptable to me under any circumstance.
Well, let me
Great answer.
give it a try to the gentleman that asked the question. I do not know if you were aware, but there were 19 Democrats that ran. There were 19 Republicans that ran, and of course you saw the 19 in the debates. The Democratic Party, through the chair, decided they were only going to allow 3 people be on the original debates. And that was O'Malley, Sanders, and Hillary. And eventually they did not care about the other 15 candidates. It was rigged. They did not allow anybody else to be part of that party system. So just like the Republicans allowed the Big Tent and allowed Trump to participate, the Democrats did not allow anybody else to participate. So it's hopefully there's going to be a new DNC chair. They're thinking about a guy from California. They're thinking about a person from Mr. O'Malley. And hopefully those persons will not be as corrupt as the prior chair.
And principles is really, as we're wrapping this up, want to get the status on Richard Winger here, but is something I feel we have as a common denominator. Listening to Adam with followmyvote.com and Alicia Dern with Bellatrix Law Firm, and you gentlemen, I will speak for myself too, and I feel everybody's been on this panel today, though we may have differences, the common denominator is principles. We have principles and accountability, I feel. There's no price. I mean, I've been offered $500,000 from a corporation to fund our entire United We Stand Fest, but the product, had it wasn't even an option, been distributed, would cause diabetes to the people who would attend. That is not the kind of product or image I would want to have on my platform or on the platform, for our platform for that matter. Pass the torch on for generations to come maybe, but having a company like Dr. Bronner's Magic Soaps, that stands consciously, for great things in the world and many more. So on the principles factor, I couldn't agree more. And the two-party system is definitely, it's great to think Bernie Sanders, wow, okay, a great DNC chair, but I can tell you firsthand that as parties become larger, I've seen it within even the national libertarian, respectfully, and green parties within the last decade, they inevitably become infiltrated. Now, I have to give credit to the Constitution Party. That is one party that has been completely accountable towards free and equal elections, and myself to this day. But they are much smaller. I would fear that if they became larger, when I want to say fear, I would be concerned that as they would become larger, that they would inevitably become infiltrated as well. Because again, you get people, party, power. And going back again to the origins of the Constitution, no mention of parties and George Washington and his farewell address, and I say it often, warning us that parties are evil. I just think that why do we need to keep having history repeat itself? The moment we run within a party, I feel we're compromising. And I am not willing to compromise, because compromising is what has gotten us where we are today. The way we're going to break out through this is through education. We have got to become educated and informed, and that is what's going to bring about the solutions. And of course, we're going to bring a lot of music and the arts and, have some fun too in the future with all of our initiatives. But I want to thank you gentlemen so much. I think I appreciate everybody sticking it out here from beginning to end. I don't know if we have a status on Richard Winger of Ballot Access News. Adam? Richard Winger? We're not able to get him on here. So that being said, we could do a phone call, but it's been quite a day. So, but Richard Winger, will definitely have him for our symposium, hopefully in person. And I think it'll end up being in Colorado again next year, after our 4th annual United We Stand Fest. It may take likely place in Colorado or 2 states or either or. But that being said, I am so grateful to have you all here. I've learned so much. I feel like the last 2 symposiums, like the first one, I was like understanding 20% of what was being said, but just kind of like figuring it out. And then the last one, it was like 30, 40. And now I feel like I can almost understand even what Harvie's saying most of the time, just like the intellectual and the understanding of the system. And this has been I feel so humbled and honored to be in a position to be able to do this for a living, to learn about all of these things that will better our country. And it's really surreal. And I also want to really focus on the fact that real change starts from the bottom up. It is the local races, getting involved with that, and I've actually been very involved in my local elections in Cambria, California. So much that we had a forum there with Ed Asner, who's also our moderator for the recent presidential debate of the Mary Tyler Moore Show, Ed Asner. That panel, according to people in Cambria, and it's just
people coming together there. And I helped organize bringing people together with others to inspire, with 3 incumbents up for re-election, the water board there, and 4 out of 5 I found, speaking as an individual, corrupt. And fortunately 8 people ran for that local office. It was about bringing people together, network. And that forum we had with Ed Asner, I feel, and I'm being told, really helped. It looks like one of the accountable candidates have beat out the incumbents, one of the incumbents. And so this belief and hope is rising in Cambria, and it's really great to see, because it was challenging to get involved locally where I live initially, because you've got to sometimes ruffle, and I don't mean to ruffle feathers, but sometimes there's people there that benefit from money locally, and they don't like it when somebody comes in and is like, this is not okay, you're not serving the people. And I could tell that by going to the local board meetings there. I've gone there a year in a row, every month. They're 4 hours long. I stayed from beginning to end, or maybe missed one. But it goes to show that you can change your elections at a local level, but get involved. If you don't run locally, volunteer. Get involved in your community. That's where the real change begins. It's a total shift in mentality and consciousness. And I do foresee, with congressional ratings being an all-time low, I do foresee a majority of Congress being replaced as early as 2018. I really do see that. And I see them as individuals getting elected, and should in 2020, definitely more so in 24, an independent or multiple independent candidates rise. And none of them get a majority of the Electoral College, which could very well happen with an alternative presidential debate rising that brings in more candidates than just 2. And then it's the Senate that votes in that candidate for president. Will that happen in 20? Maybe. 24? Probably, is my feeling and the messaging I've been getting from a lot of mentors and people in the movement. So I am excited for years. I think that with Trump being elected, it actually makes things easier for free and equal elections, on the basis that it sends a message that people are done with the 2-party duopoly. And so I thank you so much. It's been great to speak throughout this whole symposium. And what's that, Jared? What? Oh, he made it? So, okay, we got Richard Winger.
Just hold the phone close to you.
Okay. All right, let's do that. Guys, we've got Richard Winger, the election law expert. The mic should go here.
Just hold the phone close to you and just talk to him on speakerphone.
Okay. Hey, Richard, are you there? Yeah. Yep, are you there? Can we play it through that? I'm not able to hear him. Can you play it through the machine? There. Can you speak, Richard?
Sure, can you hear me okay?
Okay, we got him. We got Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
Well, I'm really energized by what's going on in this week, because I think electoral college reform, and I understand people have already been talking about this, but it is now, I think it's #1 on the agenda of election reform. Everybody's talking about it. And again, one of the Republican electors from Texas hinted today that he's not going to vote for Donald Trump. And we still have 2 electors, Democratic electors from Washington State, who still say they're not going to vote for Hillary Clinton. If we just get even a handful of disobedient presidential electors, that's going to be very, very helpful for forcing the country to grapple with this embarrassing point that the people in this country do not elect the president, the electors do. So all we need is a few disobedient electors to get that point across to the public, and then maybe we can get the National Popular Vote Compact settled and passed before 2020.
You know, Richard, I've definitely, I want to have more conversations with the popular vote, but I've just been, everything points to the fingers of proportional representation being the answer, and not so much popular vote. And I'm not at a point yet to speak
in great detail about that. What's your feelings on proportional representation instead of the popular vote?
It's great, but there's no clear path to getting it at the national level. The best we can do is wait for Canada. Canada may put it in, and then certain states in the U.S. may think about it, but that's years away. But the point about the National Popular Vote Compact is that we can achieve in the next couple of years.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Because if
can
they
also
can't get
achieve
it through
proportional
Republican
representation.
majority legislatures, they can go around them. They can use the initiative process, and I suspect that's what's going to happen.
Well, great. Richard, did you have any, given the fact that you've been in ballot access for 35 years, and you're like my to-go person and I know, Roque, you filed a lot of lawsuits too, and I commend you. I appreciate that so much, going up against the injustices of the system. But Richard Winger is just walking this encyclopedia of knowledge of the restrictive ballot access barriers. I know in 35 years you've helped achieve with Ballot Access News and reducing the signature requirement, I believe, by well over 1/3. Correct?
That's right. Right this year, it only took signatures equal to less than 0.5% to get a minor party or independent presidential candidate in the ballot in all 50 states, even if they were starting from scratch. And that's only 1/3 of what it was way back in 1964 on a percentage basis. So we are definitely making headway getting lower ballot access requirements, although we have a long way to go.
What would be your ultimate goal? Would it be to make ballot access the same for DSRs, third parties, independents, or to get rid of ballot access barriers? What would be a solution? A filing fee like Colorado throughout all 50 states? I just don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I admire greatly Canada and Great Britain. They do not have big petitions. In Canada, anybody, and everybody's equal, everybody needs 100 signatures to get on the ballot for House of Commons and a $1,000 filing fee. In Great Britain, it's only 10 signatures and a 500-pound filing fee. That's about as good as it gets. That would be my goal. Petitioning is basically irrational. To require a candidate to get tens of thousands, or in a few cases even hundreds of thousands of signatures, is just stupid. Because people in the street, they're more likely to decide whether to sign or not on whether they're going to vote for the candidate, but whether they're fair-minded people or they're in a good mood. It's meaningless. So I'm hoping we can get rid of big petition requirements for all candidates.
What would be your feelings on those who are worried about ballot clutter? Too many candidates because we don't have ballot access barriers.
We can just look at the British and Canadian examples. They don't have ballot clutter, and the typical district in Canada and Britain with those easy requirements, the average number of candidates is 5. So that's not bad. People can handle 5.
What successes have we had this year? And I'll have audience ask some questions too, but I'm so passionate with ballot access. What successes, if we could let everybody know about, that we've overcome with ballot access? I know Rocky's filed some suits. I don't know if you can speak about that too, Del Fuente, but like the successes of, I know some signature requirements were lowered in Georgia and New York.
Well, we had a huge success this year in Georgia, as you just said. That requirement is 50,000 for president. The U.S. District Court cut it down to 7,500. Now, of course, the state of Georgia is appealing. That was huge. And then we had a huge victory in Maine, where new parties had to have 5,000 registered members by December of the year before the election. It's the deadline that's the big problem there. That is ridiculous. And so the judge said the deadline was way too early, and I'm quite sure Maine legislature and the Secretary of State are going to work together to make a reasonable deadline. Probably it'll be something like July of the election year. And then we had a huge victory in Pennsylvania, where the judge cut it down from 22,000 with all kinds of horrible details that I won't go into, down to exactly 5,000. And then we had a huge victory in Alabama, just a little over a month ago, and it's going to have big consequences. The judge said that the 3% petition is too hard for special congressional elections. And the reason that's so exciting is it looks like the new Attorney General is going to be Senator Jeff Sessions. He's a senator, so he's going to retire from the Senate to become Attorney General. So there will probably be a special election to fill his seat next year. And with this great court victory, they will not be able to require their typical 40,000 signatures if any third party or independent wants to get into that race.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of, say, just have a little bit of speaking to in the sense of like ballot access. I mean, when I was 13 years old, I have to give a shout out to my father, Jim Tobin, who runs Taxpayers United America for 40 years. I was probably around, about 500,000 signatures Dad coordinated with Paul Jacob to get term limits passed in Chicago and Illinois back in the 90s. That's crazy, they're 92. And so being around 500,000 signatures on all these papers at 13, and then at 17, my dad ran for governor of Illinois, and I saw him wrongfully knocked off the ballot. He got over 60,000 signatures. He's at the peak in his career in 98. He ran as a libertarian, and it was just injustices of the system. And then 4 years later, in 2002, I coordinated the ballot drive when he ran as lieutenant governor. I took a semester off from college, and again, with the help of others, got him on the ballot. And I even went out and gathered over 5,000 signatures myself. I would carry 5 clipboards. I don't even know if he knows, Richard. It's like, and I would carry 5 clipboards at a time. The best day was on Father's Day. I mean, I got 350 signatures in one day. That was a lot, good quality. And so I know the hard work of what it takes for the circulators that go out there and do that. But when Dad got on the ballot as lieutenant governor, he ran with Cal Skinner. They were polling over 10%. I mean, my dad, he does not sell out, hasn't to the D's and R's. They've tried to buy him out. Nope. And the rules were you get in the debates. Great, Dad's going to be in the gubernatorial debate, and I'm all excited, and it's 10%. And with all due respect, the legal women voters are really bad in Illinois. They're so corrupt. It varies state by state. Still trying to figure out Colorado. Want them to co-host our events. I can't get through to them. I hope they will. It's the right thing to do. And so they raised the threshold to 15% overnight. Suddenly, Dad, Cal Skinner, that is not in the gubernatorial debates. I was like, wow, this is so corrupt. So I don't know, Richard, I remember calling you the first time in 2000, maybe 10-ish or 9 or 8. And I was nervous. I was nervous to talk to Richard Winger because he's like this expert and mentor, but I am so grateful to have you as a friend and mentor in my life. And you've been by my side when there's been some not nice things, and sometimes when you call out power and people aren't very, it can put a lot of weight on you when you're doing the right thing. But you always stuck by my side through the hard times, Richard, and always was kind to say that I just want to better the system. That was really the objective. So, Richard, did you have any more, anything you wanted to say about ballot access? I think we're going to wrap up the symposium here momentarily.
Oh, I just have to tell you that you'll be very interested in the fact that the Kentucky debate sponsors in 2014 did almost exactly the same thing you just described. They set a standard, and there were only 3 candidates in the ballot, and the Libertarian was the 3rd candidate for U.S. Senate in 2014, running against, well, anyway, it doesn't matter, Senator McConnell. Anyway, they changed the rules and how you get into the debate. So the Libertarian Party of Kentucky has sued them for that, and the case is still alive. The Kentucky sponsors of the debate tried to get the case dismissed, and the judge wouldn't do it. So now it's going to a trial so we can prove what they did. which has changed the standards after they realized, oh no, the Libertarian's going to get in if we don't change these standards. So I just thought I'd finish with that. That's something I'm looking forward to, that case.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Richard? Roque or Darrell? I don't know if you can hear you, but we've got Jan here.
So that you made an interesting comment about Canada and Britain not having huge ballot access restrictions, and yet they only get typically 5 candidates in a race. I wonder if that's well, I guess I wonder what the nature of those races are. House of okay.
Which is the most important office the voters in those 2 countries elect. They don't have a direct popular election. They don't government. All the voters vote for is their member of House of Commons, and then the House of Commons picks the Prime Minister.
Great. All right. I think that there's a plane flying over Darrell Castle right now. I wanted to wrap up finally. This has been quite a day, and I appreciate all of you being here at our 3rd Electoral Reform Symposium with Free and Equal Elections, and really great working with Harvie and Frank and everybody here, and the whole team, and appreciate all of you sticking it out here from beginning to end. Looking forward to holding this consecutively for many, many years to come, and building with all of you. And I want to thank you so much for your time today. So Roque, Darrell, Adam, Alicia, and so on, much appreciation, much gratitude for you being here. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you kind, honest, great people, I feel. And so Richard and everyone. So thank you so much. It was a wrap. I hope you enjoyed our symposium. You can go to freeandequal.org, and to more voices and more choices, it's time for us to unite again across the political spectrum, reform our system, stay positive, focus on the good, talk, educate, solutions, and I look forward to you joining us on this journey with Free and Equal Elections for, again, many years. We're going to have our United We Stand Fest next year, our 4th annual, and we're already preparing to hold our presidential debates in 2020, 2024, and so I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. Thanks to all of our sponsors out there too. Follow My Vote, to Dr. Bronner's Magic Soaps, and Marley Coffee, and the Fair Elections Colorado, our co-host, right? Did I get that right?
I think so.
Fair Elections for Colorado.
Fair Elections for Colorado, our co-hosts. Appreciate all of you, and Harvie Branscomb, and the election integrity, quality. You know, it's just election quality, and all of you being here today, and our sponsors who've helped made this possible today. And thank you again to all of our team, Free and Equal Elections, all of you helping out. And peace out. More voices, more choices. It's a wrap. Take care.